If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are who made the guess or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Yeah, look, they said that I couldn't do it, so I went and did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Go. Okay, let's get it. Got a little time on my hands like a wristwatch. I don't got time for the brakes and the pit stop. Race through the gridlock, take it like Chris Rock. Right to the chin, still win. Heavy metals like Slipknot. Got the driving, I got tunnel vision. I just hit my stride the way I run the business. I've been making paper like I'm Dunder Mifflin. See the end game, I got one division. Look, I don't ever bother with a critic. Hit him with a chronicle of Riddick. Boom, bottle full of Ritalin. I hit him with a little bit of riddle me this, riddle me that. My bad, fell asleep at the gas. No time to wait though. Elon Musk, I'm trying to bankroll. New Tesla just cause I say so. Electric whip like Ivan Van Gogh. I just did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Okay, let's get it.
I've been on a mission like totally spice. I'm baddie, she bad, but she totally nice. Nails are blue and her toes feel like white. They compete me with y'all at the soul for my leg. He knew it for sure, but he left with a why.
What is up, party people? All right, so I fucked up and muted myself. I unmuted. I'm good now. You gonna come in text or what? You just gonna hang out over there?
There we go.
What's up? Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me see who's in the chat. What's up, Sean? What is up, Travis? Impatient. I'm gonna call you Impatient Travis. What up, right the hand? If you can get Sean Hawkins here, I wouldn't mind. He has some issues. What's up, Tony? Be on your best P's and Q's. That is it for now. What's up, Captain Caveman? It's been a while. How you been? I will be putting the link in the chat momentarily. Let me see. Make sure everything is working. All right. So there's a few things I want to go through today. I'm not 100% sure we'll do them all. I don't know. But then there's a treat. I'm not sure if anybody has noticed or not, but there's a new server in Discord that we may go and visit. I'm not 100% sure if I want to do it yet, but the server is called Globe Gangsters. I think it is ran by Omnivore, and I don't know the guy's name. It starts with it's an M. I only see it as an M, but I know there's a name. It's just long. I have to look at it again. But they're cool dudes. Omni's cool sometimes. But we may go over there and test our variable models. He is coming up with, I guess, a flat Earth model that he thinks works. It doesn't. I know it doesn't because it will be in contention with my rectangle simulation Earth, which I know works. I know it works because I've tested all observations to it. So we may end up doing that, Tex. I'm not 100% sure, but there's a couple things I wanted to talk about, and I guess if those take steam, then we may not go over there. But if the topics that I have at hand don't, then we'll head over there and play that game. There's a few things I wanted to talk about. I wanted to show this. I think we'll probably do this in the background kind of while we're BSing. So it's not like a there it is. Okay, so I've already started to play it. Okay, so what this is, it's actually pretty fucking cool. It's badass. Okay, so everyone knows that the meteor showers happened it's been happening for the past couple weeks. Well, a buddy of mine, he is really good friends with a amateur astronomer who has like a whole setup. Like he looks at galaxies and all that kind of shit. So I kind of inspired him to go and watch the meteor showers with his GoPro. Well, I thought this was badass because we're sitting here watching, and if you guys are watching the screen, you're gonna see blurps because I'm like at eight times their normal speed. Those blurps of the meteor shower. But what you see in the screen right now is the part I wanted to actually show everyone. This guy lives in upstate New York, and as he's watching these meteor showers, suddenly something starts happening. As you see on the screen, the aurora started coming in. So I thought it'd be pretty badass to show you guys, in obviously in fast speed, the situation of what we got to watch and show. Um, and yeah, so it's as we're going, this will probably play for another 5 minutes. So it's not part of anything. It's just something to see in the background so you guys know what we're watching. That red is the aurora. And as you can see, it kind of just pushed through. Just wanted to throw that out there. What's up, full Robert or full robotic form? How you doing? What's up, Robert? How you doing? Greetings, salutations, everyone. Sean, do you plan on listening in on a Chia show tomorrow? We will be focusing on upward vector of level Earth. Actually, yeah, I will. I enjoy Nachikita's live streams very much, actually. So, you know what? Let me see. Something is not right. Okay, never mind. That's why I don't usually watch that screen. I was watching a different screen that was way off from where we're at. Yeah, actually, I am. I always actually I very much so enjoy Nachikita's live streams. I like to join panels. I prefer to join panels when we're not doing so much when they're not doing so much flat Earth globe thing, because I like to keep the cordialness that me and Nachikita have. But yeah, I will be listening in. I would actually probably join because that is part of a situation that I actually plan on showing today, in a second, because what I like about Nachikita, if no one knows who the hell this is, the link to the video I'm gonna be probably sharing is in the description, so you can get to his channel easily that way. But the guy's real cool dude. I've talked about it before. So yeah, Robert, I will be definitely listening at watching that. And if the panel opens up, I'll probably join the panel and talk about it because there's a lot of things that don't work at all with this upward vector of level Earth. And also, it was one of the things that I kind of meandered through when I was in flat Earth because I was trying to figure out all these things, whether it was observations, gravity, the whole nine. Yeah, Travis, if you want to jump on the panel, we can do that too. Let me see. This is pretty much up. Let's do this. I'm going to play. Okay, so let me play this real quick because I kind of want you guys to have an idea what I was talking about when I started bringing up Nachikita's channel. The other day, he's been having this guy QNFee on. QNFee is a flat earther, but he does a lot of what I was doing. Not definitely not in the same way. I don't like the whole disrespect thing, but he tends to love it. Perfect, Robert. Thank you. Appreciate that. The link to the chat will be, or the link to the stream we're talking about Nachikita's is in the chat. Thanks to Robert. I appreciate that. To set up this though, QNFE basically goes around, I guess, and debunks other flat Earth rhetoric. Which he's a flat earther, but I respect the shit out of it because I've been saying I think that a lot of flat earthers need to be questioning the other flat earthers that models don't agree with theirs, vice versa. You heard in the last one I showed the Jaron clip when he was talking about how if you want to get to truth, the goal is to basically whittle down the paths to it, right? And what he was saying is what he noticed with flat Earth, and I noticed, pretty sure a lot of people do notice, is that there's a lot of branches of flat Earth. Meaning, if you get into a conversation with one flat earther, and you go, hey, tell me why you think there's a dome. There's a 50-50 chance you're going to get a flat earther that goes, I don't believe in a dome, versus the one that is, right? So because there's all these different paths, I am in agreement with Jaron. It is a detriment to the truth, only because there can only be one of these paths that everyone should be at least bumping heads at all the time, where we're seeing that it's not quite so much happening anymore. Right to hand says, if you're making a model, you're already leaving reality. I don't agree with that at all, right to hand. Reason being is that, hang on, get back to where it is so people can see. The reason being is all a model is I make an observation. And whatever I take that observation to, whether it's I see a sun in the sky, I mean, then you can just put a yellow dot on a whiteboard, basically, and that would be the beginning of your model, your descriptive model, your observational model. So a model it depicts reality. It's just your way of laying out those patterns, laying out those observations, so that you can actually formulate what's going on. And it doesn't even have to be with the shape of the Earth. It could be with anything that you're trying to figure out. All right, so let me go ahead and play this. I'm going to let me jump through this because I don't. One of the things I really wanted to talk about, and one of the things that kind of makes it so you must throw away the model, right? If the A model doesn't work, right? My boy Feynman, beginning of my intros, if it doesn't work, it's gone. It doesn't work. Throw it out. If it doesn't compare to experiment and to observation, it's wrong. And I think a lot of people like to bash their head against that brick wall before they, start finding a different path. So let me go ahead and play this real quick. We'll get this going. I need to make sure I have the audio playing. Here we go. What is happening? Oh, I know what it is. I got to turn the back down.
Maps for cosmology, guys. You can't disprove.
Oh, dear. Are they stupid? No. The way you draw it up, you see a flipped face when you are in the south and in the south. That is not what you claim all the time, flatzoid. It only flips when you use an observer north and an observer south, not two observer south, flatzoid.
Yeah, and this is based on the Gleason's map. Sorry, Mark. It's the fact you don't know this is sad. Ed, thank you very much for $2 super chat. Really appreciate it. Says, what map do you like? I like all maps. Depends what you want to use it for. Usually when I travel on the roads, I like using road maps. When I want to do illustrations like this, the Gleason's map is fine.
Flatzoid, you're saying the Gleason's map is fine for this demonstration. And when I use it to demonstrate you're wrong, then you don't ascribe to this map, Flatzoid.
You see, this is the issue I have with Jake and QNFee. I've told QNFee this a whole bunch of times. He keeps on placing the Gleason's map onto me with sunpulse. How many times have I said I do not make claims about it?
I love it when people contradict themselves and you can shift their words right back up their asses again.
The Gleason's map also works for time and date, longitudes, because it's a longitudinal and time map. That's what it's created for. So if you use the right map for the right application, then it works. When I want to do illustrations like this, the Gleason's map is fine. So yeah, Mark Reed, I just showed you on screen. That's why we can see it the way we do.
Thanks for the confirmation. We can use the Gleason to model up biblical cosmology. And don't try to strawman Jake or me again, piece of shit. And now I'm going to do the same with you as I did with Eric Dubé, the real flat earther.
My position looking at it, we're going to see the moon that way. And now let's just say looking that way, whatever, it doesn't matter. Sorry, are we looking at the same side of the moon?
Yeah.
Are we looking at the same quote-unquote face?
Yeah.
When I want to do illustrations like this, the Gleason's map is fine.
Flatzoid, do you realize you and me just destroyed biblical cosmology? Do you realize that?
Are we looking at the same side of the moon?
Yeah.
Are we looking at the same quote-unquote face?
Yeah.
Now let's look at it at a different angle. In your example, you place the moon horizontally. Now let's see how that looks like. And this way, Flatzoid, it would be an egg-shaped moon and not a nice round moon. Let's move over to Australia and see what this Cape Cloud see. Oh, the moon face have flipped. Huh. That's impossible. In your biblical cosmology model, Flatzoid. You have to reconsider. It might be totally wrong, Flatzoid.
When I want to do illustrations like this, the Gleason's map is fine.
I wonder if flatzoid, seeing an honest guy, when you look in the mirror, after I destroyed him over and over and over again, he must be a shield, piece of shit.
You know what they do? They take now what I said, and they put on a Gleason's map, for instance, and they say, you see, I'm going to show you on 3D software that it's not working because of perspective.
No, I never ever claimed perspective, piece of shit. And since you're saying you can use the Gleasons for your demonstration in 2D, why I cannot use it in 3D, piece of shit?
Sorry, did I claim a Gleason's map anywhere there? Yeah. And yet, the same asshole, the idiot that doesn't understand that's not my model, is still pushing it onto me. Are you this stupid? I don't need to bring something up I don't push. I don't need to bring up an AE map because I don't claim the AE map. Are you this stupid? This is exactly why I don't take these classes, because I'm specifically saying I don't ascribe to AE map. You guys heard me say this.
Yeah.
Why is he asking me to bring up something I don't ascribe to? You are misinformed, pushing things I don't claim. When I want to do illustrations like this, the Gleason's map is fine. This is how QNFee works. He makes claims on people's behalf and then debunks claims they never made. When I want to do illustrations like this, the Gleason's map is fine. That is called dishonesty. So I don't partake in it. Just like Jake the asshole, he does the same shit. When I want to do illustrations like this, the Gleason's map is fine.
That's what he's asking you.
Exactly.
In the Gleason's map, just a projection of the globe anyway, so it's going to come up the same whether it's on a ball or on the AE map to begin, right? Yeah. So why would we take a false dichotomy like an AE Gleason's projection of the globe and run with that? That would be like a stab in my face with a fork just because.
Don't you guys think I just stabbed a whole bunch of knives, forks, and spoons into your retard faces, you pieces of shit, like scumbags, you are all shields.
It's not going to make anything better. It's going to make it worse.
Exactly. That is what your buddy Flatzoid just did. He made it worse. He used a globe projection. And second, he just started to draw some lines without using the official data. And then it goes wrong.
Yeah, it's weird. Oh, I know, because all his arguments are based on something I don't ascribe to. That is called dishonesty, Jake. That's called lying. That's called misrepresentation. And that makes you the shill. That makes you the dishonest punk who tries to misrepresent people. So you literally are showing people that you have no integrity. So from now on, every time someone brings up Jake the arsehole, call him Jake the joke. He says, you are not man enough to respond to QNFee. You and QNFee can come on now and respond. Come, we'll respond to whatever you want. Yeah, Jake, QNFee's been embarrassing himself for years, man. Just like you've been embarrassing yourself. Why do you think no one takes you seriously? He says, look at this, you push a circling sun and you got debunked. The Bible says the sun takes a circuit. There we go. That's as far as we take it. Debunk it. Go ahead, Jake. Yeah, I said the Bible said the sun goes in a circuit.
I definitely ascribe to biblical cosmology, guys. You can't disprove it.
Bible rules, okay.
I mean, has anybody been able to actually disprove the Bible cosmology?
Take your own, how can I say, statement that you made that, yeah, it's okay to be wrong.
Flatzoid knows exactly how it should be. But he will never admit himself he was totally wrong. And his biblical cosmology is just made of bullshit. Flatzoid, please admit it. Don't bring your bullshit onto others.
Do it.
Practice what you preach.
Yeah, practice what you preach, exactly. You were wrong. Time to take it on as a man, say, yeah, you were wrong. You move on, and everybody can be happy. But you just don't seem to want to do that. You want to insult everybody. That shows you to be ignorant. We don't want to fight with you, Dal, but we do think you're a moron. We don't think we know, sorry. You want to insult everybody. That shows you to be ignorant. But we do think you're a moron. We don't think we know, sorry. All you need to do is just say, yeah, I was wrong, I concede, move on. But we're not going to insult them like they're insulting us. They are idiots. Moron. They are idiots. Moron. That's about all I need to say.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Go, seeing a star, get lost.
Can anybody tell me how we're muddying the waters?
I don't know.
They can actually clear and water up.
And Flatzoid, why you never address this problem for your biblical cosmology model? Seeing a star circling in a dome at 25,000 kilometers that is north from you when it's night at your location, and seeing this star 25,000 kilometers away through daylight, moron.
The evening and the morning were the fourth day.
Yeah.
Now notice the lights are set in the firmament.
Yeah. In the firmament. You know, like I can take a bowl.
Yeah.
And imagine a bowl is the dough.
A dome. That needs a circular earth. Look what he made for you, Flatzoid. You guessed it correctly. It's the biblical model. The biblical flat earth model, I must say. Oh, look those stars circling in the dome. And look at those stars in the south. Going from east to west.
In the firmament. It's inside.
Yeah.
Even PJ Crankshaft knows all about biblical cosmology. Oh, look at dome with stars in it. Oh, wow. Oh, make star trails. Look at that. Look at the star trails in the south. You see that, Flatzoid? Straight, horizontal lines, flatzoid. That must be the biblical flat Earth model. Flatzoid. Why don't you debunk your own biblical flat Earth model? So stars move in a horizontal line from east to west. So looking south. Flatzoid. It looks like biblical cosmology is totally wrong. Do you agree? And you think biblical cosmology can save your life when you're lost at sea and you need to do celestial navigation? I think you die.
Just me.
What about time lapse on this Adrev?
That's what I'm saying. Why would you look at that? It's in time and the feet moving. Unbelievable.
I mean, we can show if you take a dome and you have the lights moving through the dome, they give the star shells we see. So I don't know what the issue is.
Flatzoid, you see no issue? You need some extra pair of glasses, idiot. Flatzoid, you make a lot of claims about things we see and not see.
Have you ever seen 5,000 kilometers away, Rachel? Okay, Rachel, again. So when last have you seen 5,000 miles away? So 5,000 miles away, okay. Are there clouds between you and the star? Is there dust in the air?
Moisture.
Moisture. I'm going back to the argument and trying to explain to you why we don't see Polaris, okay, at the equator, okay, below the farther than equator. You can't resolve Polaris past the equator, it's just too far.
Oh, we can see Polaris from the equator because it's too far, 10,000 kilometers or 6,200 miles. But Flatzoid, according to your biblical cosmology and God's data, the celestial data, you can see 25,000 kilometers or 17,500 miles, whatever. That's what your flat Earth biblical cosmology model needs, Flatzoid. It's clear when we look at the data and the ideas of a biblical cosmology model, flat Earth model, it contradicts itself, Flatzoid. According to your biblical cosmology, we can't see Polaris from the equator, which is about 6,000 miles, but we can see a star in a dome at 25,000 kilometers or 17,500 miles. What kind of logic is that, Flatzoid? Flatzoid. The reason we have celestial data is because your God created the celestial bodies. Do you agree with that? Okay, let's see. We have a star here, Capella. That's this location. 30 south, 90 east.
We'll go ahead and stop it there because what we're looking at now is probably the biggest question that I have for anyone that does subscribe to AEMOT. If you are in the southern hemisphere and you look north at night, you do see stars. Doesn't matter right now, the specific stars doesn't matter at all. It's just you see stars when you look north towards your horizon. If that's the case, you would have to be looking through daytime to see the stars. And we all know you don't see all those twinkly stars in the sky during the day. So that's why I wanted to play this. Like I said, I like QNFee. I like the fact that he is questioning his own community, essentially, right? That would be essentially what I was talking about when I said, the drama inside, in-house. I think it is not drama. I think it is needed to get to a actual conclusion. Globers do it all the time. I don't understand why Flat Earth doesn't more. Luckily, I do know one person that does. That is Travis. Travis, I will give you that. You absolutely do like to call bullshit if you see bullshit when it comes to Flat Earth. So respect to that.
I mean, I think that that's just on its face, as honest as I can be. I don't make any claims about any of the maps because, in my opinion, that would require my having more knowledge than I do. So, I just try to be as logical as possible, I suppose.
Kind of stay. Hey, I like that. You stay within your bounds of understanding, basically.
Well, that's why, every single
Try to.
time I post, like every single time I post on Facebook or, and I post my content that I create, and people say, well, what about this or what about that? I always say, what's my claim? like address the claims that I'm making. You know, that's where I try to keep it, is where I, you know, spent my time.
Yeah. Do you feel offended more if a flat earther were to, or I guess the question would be, does it offend you more if a flat earther critiques you more than a glober, or is it
Absolutely not. There's a difference between critiquing and whiny bitch crybaby.
Do you think both do it?
Absolutely.
Okay. So
Yeah.
that's good clarification. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard you say the AE map is or the AE map is a model.
I mean, I've not had any use for even analyzing it. You know what I mean? I just take it as what it is. It's a projection. It's a concept. It's a description. It's, you know, I mean, I would love to rewind the clock of my life and spend, you know, a decade on, you know, this thing and that thing and this thing and that thing, and have 5 things behind me, you know, that I've been able to spend 10 years on. But the way that I look at it is that each of us, and I don't have a problem. So just go with my you know, the flexibility of what I'm saying right now. I don't have a problem talking about my own particular personal dome of reference, right? Because we have a celestial dome above us, and we don't really, but we do, but we don't really, but we kind of do, because we have to, but we have, you know what I mean? It's like
Oh,
the
yeah,
celestial.
100%.
Yeah. So if I'm standing out in the middle of, let's say, the Bonneville Salt Flats, you know, and it's just wide open sky anywhere, and I trace, you know, if I take my right pointer finger over my left shoulder in my peripheral to my left to my left horizon, and then draw an arc straight over my head, I'm drawing an arc of reference. You know what I mean? So, but so then I can only speak to what I have in that particular geographical location, right? I can make observations here, observations there. And then somebody says, well, what about if you're in South America? I'm like, bro, I'm not in South America. If you're going to ask me a question about South America, you fly me down there and I'll answer your question.
Okay, that makes sense. What's up, right the hand? How you doing, sir?
What up?
This isn't right the hand, is it?
Huh? Yeah, it's me.
Oh, damn. You did not sound, that didn't sound like you at all. That was crazy. My bad. I'm on high alert.
Well, somebody hacked my account. Get over here.
How you doing?
Good. Not, hey, you know, I call that, I think I'm one of the people that does it too. Like, I hate when it boggles my mind when I'll hear a Christian, somebody who believes in something they haven't seen, go to a baller and go, prove the curve you haven't seen. And I'm like, do you not see the connection? How, like, you know, yes, I get it's supernatural, natural, yada, yada. But fundamentally, you're both arguing for something you can't physically sense, but you believe it. Like, there's a connection there.
I agree. Absolutely. Yep.
And then what is it possible to make a shape claim if that is the case?
So I really appreciate, rather than shape, let's go with the old school geographical term, form, right? Because again, all we have to do is look and see the topography. That doesn't have a geometrical shape. It has form. It has contours. I really like that. I came across that. Actually, no one really picked up on this, and I don't even know if you've seen it, Sean.
I've always argued for Earth shape, right? Like, I don't know if you ever heard me say that. They're like, what shape is it? I'm like, what shape's a car, right? Like, a car is car shaped, right? You can't put the car into a singular, oh, it's a rectangle. Maybe the Tesla, you know, that thing he put out, but yeah, no, it's form. It has a form. It doesn't have a geometric shape. So arguing over the shape is never going to get you anywhere.
What's up, Ron? It's been a while. This is Ron, right?
He's trying.
Anyway, what I was saying, just real quick, I'll try to send you a link for this, Sean, but I came across this historical reference.
Oh, my internet's acting up.
Oh, you can't
How
hear
you
me
doing,
or
Ron?
what?
No, you're good. You're good, Travis. Keep going.
I came across the earliest reference that I've seen to the language of a globe Earth in a 2nd century text. That would be 200 years after Christ, so to speak. And it's called, I think it's by Pliny the Elder or Pliny the Younger, one of the Plinies. But some squirt girl, some little pipsqueak British girl had this reference, and I looked it up and I was like blown away. But I've done a couple videos on it. I'll have to send it to you.
All right, yeah, definitely. What's up, Ron? How you been, man?
Hi, good, yeah. Yeah, my internet might be acting up, but yeah. Yeah, I was just
No worries.
wanting to join. Yeah, I got my own ideas and theories, but I don't. We can talk about them whenever, but sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries. Yeah. Right the hand. I wanted to go back to you because I noticed you were saying that models aren't real.
Yeah, like I've come to this real thing that Christians, right? It equate the model to it, right? Because every Christian is modeling their version of Christianity. Okay, and it actually, when you break it down, you can see how Christianity makes you the God. Watch. So you have the Bible. Now the Bible needs to be interpreted. Okay. Now who's going to interpret it? The individual that reads it. Now the individual who reads the Bible, their personal interpretation, they're going to take that as the word of God. Do you not? So you see how their personal interpretation becomes the word of God. Are we? Do you see where I'm getting?
Absolutely.
Okay. So once that happens, and equate that. Sorry, but equate that to FE or Ball Earth. When you make your model, it then becomes reality. So it's like you make your imagination reality.
But would you agree that? Okay, so I would agree with you on when you say the religious part of this. The reason I say that is because if someone wasn't, reading the Bible, I think it's perfectly fine for them to go through that and jot down certain aspects of that Bible and essentially develop a model for that belief. That's fine. The difference is once you extend that model out to the world, example here, like on a panel, that model can then be verified or not. So for instance, if I take the globe model and I want to predict when solar noon is for the next 10 years, I can use the certain data that I have from that and verify every day whether or not it's going to be true or not.
That I would say that's not a model of the Earth, right? So let's say eclipses is a great one. Eclipse will be in Alexandria at September 12th, 4:00, right? So you have a time, a date, and a place where the eclipse will be. Then you have another time and a date and a place where the eclipse will be. Now, if you put those all down on a piece of paper, right, it has no shape, right? It's just pure data. It's just pure locations. Now you can then model, imagine it, right? And depending on your imagination and how much limit you allow my modeling, right? If I'm giving unlimited leeway with my model, I go to the time and date. Go to the time and date website. It's a Pac-Man Earth type thing. But if you give me the Pac-Man Earth, it can model everything perfectly. It'll tell you when the eclipse is, where this is, everything is sunrise, sunset, everything works perfectly if you give me that one little Pac-Man concession. Again, that is a big concession. Reality would have to be something we've never seen for that concession to work. So that's why, and everybody does that. That's what flat Earth does. That's what ball Earth does. They take this little spot where we live and then expand it out into vast everythings. And sometimes things start getting wonky, right? Like you have orbits, which that's a little, you can't really show me something in day-to-day life circling another thing, maybe a magnet, you know, but that's where, again, that's why it's, you see what I'm saying? It's just, it gets very out there. It can get very out there very quickly.
But wouldn't you say, regardless of what you think is happening, an example of something orbiting would be the sun, right? Some people think the sun is rotating around us. Others think the earth is rotating around the sun. But in any example, that is an example of something orbiting something. Even on flat earth, it has to be that way.
No, again, I don't think so, because if you orbit as a circle, now if you again give me some leeway with the flat, with the time and date, the sun moves in a straight line. So even that, right? And I've heard people actually argue that the sun doesn't, flat earthers, that the sun doesn't circle a center, it moves in a straight line. Travis, if he's still here, I think he might actually be one of those people. I believe it too, you know, believe whatever, that you see it, you know, just because you see an arc, right? A plane will kind of look like it's going in an arc because of perspective, but it's moving in a straight line, right? I've been on a plane. It doesn't go up and then down except in takeoff and landing. So the sun, you know, it could be doing the same thing. And it would look like it's curving, right? Just like a plane does. So this is why modeling can be,
Well, I think I see what you're saying. It would be, the perspective is given due to the shape, though. So, like, for instance, if I'm looking at this one, then either the sun is making that arc or the shape I'm on is depicting that. For instance, if we were standing on a ball, and I like that hat. If we were standing on a ball and you had a marker that's extended out 5 miles and you drew a line as you rotated that ball, it's going to give you that arc. So I would say that the sun's path is depicted by I know you don't like it, but the shape that we're standing on referencing it. Right.
And again,
that's how I look at it.
Yeah, and I get that. That's like holding up like the golf ball, right? Being like, oh, look, they're the same size. Therefore, you know, they're the same size. It's my whole point, you know, my whole point is that there's one reality, right? Like nobody's arguing that rocks don't fall. Nobody's arguing the leaves, you know, don't come out of the tree. Like that's what we all know. Like, yes. I think the argument comes when you go to your not reality or interpretation of reality, then the argument's going to come because we can't verify it. You know, reality verifies it. And when you're modeling not reality, it can't be verified. That's why it's argued.
Okay. See, this is where the disconnect and understanding for me happens. I understand what you mean when you say the verifying part. You don't believe that, or I don't, do you believe that numerous personal experiences can collaborate to form a model? And I guess that goes towards you too, Travis, because you were saying, you know, we live in that little personal plane, which I actually agree with. Each individual does have that. Couldn't we collaborate our different personal views and depict where we live with just that?
I personally don't think you can depict the entirety of where you live from possibly 0.0000001%, maybe even less of the entire thing, right? Like we have no idea, me and you, of how much of Earth we've actually experienced. It could be such a fractional part that it's laughable when we look back and be like, holy shit, you know, we were trying to judge 99%. We didn't even get to 1% yet. So yeah, I don't think Earth's shape is possible.
Well, All right, I'm going to try something because I feel okay. So if you're standing on a mountain, I want to show you or illustrate it better. But to do so, I have to find a picture. Okay. The reason I'm asking, see, it doesn't make sense when you're saying that we can't collaborate observations, because if we're say you're standing on a mountain, and the mountain has different sides. If we were to go, just using our eyes, I want to depict what we're looking at, north, east, south, west, each person. We would be able to take a picture of what that person sees and then put it in front of us. And we would be able to basically tell you, using the star patterns or whatever landmarks you see in those pictures, what face of the mountain they're on. And doing so, you can say, well, mountain face A is facing northeast, face 3 is facing southwest, et cetera, et cetera. I think you could do the same thing with the shape of the earth.
Oh, well, I agree with that. Well, the mountain part, yeah, because you're directly mapping, right? Like, so for me, and it was in the chat, I don't think a map is a model, right? Like, I take my drone, I send it up, I tilt the gimbal down, I take a picture. That's not a model. That's what the actual ground is. There's no modeling. That's it, right? It's a direct picture.
Okay.
Google Earth, that's a model. Like when you get to all the way out there.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. You're right. Actually, you are 100% right. Because I was gonna next step it. When you take your drone up and you point your gimbal down and you take a picture, that is not a model. That would be an ingredient to your model. Because what I was going to extend to say was, if you took your drone up and took a picture and then moved over 100 feet, took a picture, moved over 100 feet, took a picture, you would then be creating a model.
I don't agree.
Is that?
See, that's where, maybe a little definitionally, but to me, a map's not a model. Because if you string a bunch of pictures, right? Like if we agree that one picture wasn't a model, right? Like you send it up, you take one picture, that's not a model. Well, not a model plus not a model plus not a model, right, will never, in my eyes, equal a model. So
okay, so if we had a toy car, a model car, and we took out the first piece, it's the chassis. That's part of the model. It's not a model, but it's part of the model. You add wheels to it, part of the model. Not a model, it's part of the model. As you're constructing it, you are building a model. And that is kind of what we're doing when we talk about constructing the globe model, for example, constructing the flat earth. It doesn't matter what model you're constructing.
The difference is the toy car is physically constructed, the globe and the other ones are mentally constructed, right? That's a pretty big difference.
Well, I would agree with you on the religious side that is a mental model, but if I go outside and if I calculate the azimuth of the sun, where the sun's position is every day, I am building a model. Using that built model, I can then start using things to predict. And that model would assist me in that.
Where are you built? So you get all this data. Then you said, I build the model. Where is that model being built? You're not building it you're not building it on your table, right? You're building it in your mind.
I can. For example, Ron's showing us right now a globe model. It is not a accurate model that depicts everything, but it does depict certain things. It is constructed upon data, where places are, where oceans are, etc., put together to illustrate what it's trying to show you. It's a model.
That's like on the bottom it says a toy, right? Like that's a toy. Yes. And if we're going to say it's a model, right, I would be like, well, what about the stand? Right? It's got this metal stand that it spins on. Is that part of your model? Or is that, should I just think, oh, okay. So what is that purpose, right? So you're saying you have these answers, but then you have this thing holding it up, right? That totally defies all of the answers that it gives. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but go ahead, Tex.
I'm going to disagree with Sean. That is part of the model because that's showing and illustrating the tilt of the axis.
Yeah,
for the Earth's rotation.
So it puts that globe in its position that it needs to depict what reality. But
How the rotation is, yes.
But if I were to say, show me the stand, you're going to say that's not real. That's just showing you the model, how the model is depicted. It's not part of the model. It just assists you in showing what the model does.
No, it's what it's really doing. It's filling a hole. That stand fills a gap in your belief, right? Because you believe the Earth is not supported by anything. But in reality, everything needs to be supported by something. So that stand literally fixes an issue in your belief. Because without that stand, that ball's just rolling around on the floor. Yeah, man. This is where we start debating not reality, right?
Well, they make magnetic ones that, just float.
Yeah,
that's a little bit better.
That's not why the globe is floating, right? We're not a big magnetic.
But see,
it's a
here's
simulation
the thing. I don't think
of it.
I don't think that stand represents anything like you're saying. I think that stand represents making it so the axial tilt is there, so it doesn't roll around on the floor. But again, I'm going to disagree with Tex because she wanted to preface that part. That stand does not depict any fucking reality. That stand is only there to assist. The same way the magnetic effect would keep the little globe model floating rather than needing a stand. It's just an assistant to show that example. It's not reality. That is nowhere near part of it. I was going to say the other issue is that for what you were saying right the hand is when you take information and depict it onto a model, at no point is anybody saying that model explains everything. For instance, a model may only describe the distances between continents, but in that case, be completely wrong on the size of certain continents. Because that's not what it's not made for. It's not looking for that. It may be a situation where it's just depicting where the oceans are. And if it's doing that, it doesn't care if the landmass topography is correct.
Distance to the ocean, to me, that's a measurement. That's not a model, right? Like if you're going to say we measured, my house, whatever, and it's 1,500 steps to the beach, that's not a model.
You're adding data. You would be compiling data for a model.
Exactly. And this is where there's a huge difference between the data you collect and the model you make from the data. And that's what, and that's what everybody's arguing, right? Like we all have the same data. You can go into Nathan Oakley, Flat Earth, you can go MC Tune, you can go to any chat. Both sides have the same data. We all got it, right? They're then going to, we all know where sunrise and it's red, red gas pan. But red. Again, colors are subjective, right? Because they're shades. Like a rock falling is not subjective, right? Like that's an objective thing. So the data of a rock falling, there's no arguing that it falls at the rate. What you will then argue is why it falls at that rate or how. And then that's where you start arguing, not reality or models.
But the problem I see with what you said is if you were to compare what Nathan Oakley, the data Nathan Oakley uses and the data that say I use, I would say the interpretation is wrong. And that's fine. He can interpret it wrong. But what ends up happening is this. You compile data. And if I take a bunch of data that's not accurate, like if I take 150 steps, but I put 130, if I say it's 6 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun's at this position, but it's really not, when I start comparing that data, guess what happens? Things start falling apart. You can't predict anything. And that shows an insufficient model.
Sure. But to me, all models are insufficient somewhere, right? Like I said, you start digging around because they're not reality. So they'll all have to make some concessions somewhere, and it's in those concessions where the other side can go, whoa, hey, what's this? And that's where most sides don't like to look because it's their concessions, and this is where one of the points of call out your own sides, right? Like You know, like I hate when I hear men talking about how women act. What the fuck are you going to do about it, dude? Like if you're going to tell anybody how to act, tell guys how to act, and then let the women deal with the women. And if women don't want to change how they act, well, then fucking you ain't going to tell them, right? Deal with yourself and your people, and let the other ones deal with them.
I don't agree with that assessment of it. I just don't. It doesn't make sense in my brain, and if it doesn't make sense, I gotta throw it away. Again, like
if it doesn't make sense in Judge Judy's court, right? Yeah. No, if it doesn't make sense to you, I agree. Throw it out, dude. I got to go on mute. I'm heading to the park.
Yeah, no worries. If you can just look real quick, and I'll just preface this out real quick. So this is some of you already know. This is my this is reality, motherfuckers. This is truth.
Boom. There it is. The time and date. You can model everything on that. Right.
Yeah. Now listen, check this out. So see, here's the thing. There's certain things you can't. Certain things won't work on this model. But when I talk about my rectangle Earth simulation model, which I am compiling information for, it's not complete, but this is my model. I can and the reason I say it's my model is because the data you asked me for, or the situations you asked me for, is a better way of saying it. I have compiled, and I can show you on this map. And because when I show you on this map, it is then illustrating my model. A model just depicts what I want to talk about for that moment. If I want to talk about the path of the sun, oh yeah, Tex, wanted to show you this. This is the new download that I did for this, or software I got. If I wanted to use this and go across and show how the sun works, like you were saying earlier, it's literally this, right?
Mm-hmm.
The sun runs in one path, right?
Yep.
Hey, right the hand is listening in. So you can't tell me this model is incorrect. And this is, again, this runs down the same kind of steps that I'm trying to explain to right the hand and people that say that there is no globe model. Hey, Tex, can you add him? I can't click right now. So yeah, I can't. When I'm doing this, I can't let those guys in. So what happens is you can't tell me that the sun does not travel along this path. I know that because if I'm here, or I'm here, or I'm here, it doesn't matter where you're at. When you look at the sun, it's going to be traveling in that path from any of these locations. So in this example, I verified one piece of my model. My model does work with the path of the sun. So that would be an example of that, right? That's me verifying whether or not my model stands up to scrutiny on it. Oh, to make it clear, it's an on-screen. I can draw on screen now. So badass. I love it. Okay. So in another example, I've been asked, because I've gone over this with tutorial before. Everything, whether it's circumnavigating, it works on this. You said something earlier, right, the hand, that I wanted to acknowledge. Pac-Man model does not work. The reason the Pac-Man model doesn't work is because once you get to this point, this boundary, end of the simulation, and in Pac-Man model, return here, there's a gap. There's a momentary glitch in that system. So what would happen is when the sun reached the boundaries and restarted, we would see a flicker of light at that point, but we don't. So in my model, in my simulation rectangle Earth model, it is the end of the simulation and the start of it. I'm just going to do that. And because of that, there is no gap. There is no transition. It is the beginning, the end, beginning, period. There's no momentary nothing like in the Pac-Man model. That's why the Pac-Man model does not work.
That's why, if we do live in a flat Earth, I think it's because we live in a simulation, and that would be why, like you said. So I believe in flat Earth if it's a simulation, but I don't in the other way. So if that makes sense. So I'm kind of 50-50, but not 50-50 because I keep thinking, I'm like, dude, has to be a simulation. And I think in that aspect, yeah, probably is like a video game.
Can I jump in real quick?
Hang on, I gotta ask a question quick. Ron, are you Tony, the Tony one from the chat?
No, mine's full robotic form.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure.
I can make a comment. That's my only account right here.
No, I think you already did, if I remember correctly. I just wanted to make sure. You're good.
There, I just put I'm Ron.
Okay.
That's full robotic form. I just commented.
All right, perfect. You're good to go now. Yep. Okay. Sorry about that, Travis. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my question for you, Ron, and then if you wanted to piggyback with Sean, because Sean gave that concession the week or two ago when he and I were talking, and he conceded that if it is a simulation, he could see the flat Earth model being a valid model. So my question to you is can you flesh that out for me? Why that makes the difference for you specifically?
I can, because you can project a 3D world on a 2D thing, and I don't know, computers kind of sound 2D to me, but when you play like a video game, it's really two-dimensional, but the perspective of it makes it look 3D. Anyway,
all right. I think. Oh, somebody else, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I would say the reason for that is because if it is a simulation, it would literally just be a projection of a simulation from your eyes. How you see the world would be your perception of it. And all that is happening right now is you are running into people with the same conception of a simulation. You guys are it's kind of like if I start a sim game up and all those people in my sim believe the world to be what I've created in that world, and then you turn your phone on and play Sims, that's just another group of people that believe it's in that creative concept. And that is what we have when we have globers, when you have concave, when you have flat earthers. You just are in your simulation game. If it's simulation, mind you. That's the only way I believe flat earth could work, and these other concepts would work if it is a simulation because of that.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I was talking about a simulation before with Sean, and I'll just reiterate it briefly here, is that if you're out on the ocean, you have a limitation to your visibility, which is the horizon. And unless you have a target at that point, you're never going to specifically reach that horizon. It's always going to just continue to render in front of you, much like if you were to, draw.
You're cutting out, Travis.
Walking off a cliff, and every time goddamn fucking. How about now?
You're good right now.
Anybody there? Is this any better?
Yep, you're good now.
So if you render someone. Okay, if you render someone taking a walk off of a cliff, and every time they take a step, you just render more earth, that happens within that person's step. But that's what happens 3 miles away at the horizon. That's where the rendering happens at that particular focal point.
I agree with that. I think that's what I had conceded to the last time we had talked about this, right? The horizon constantly rendering. And I don't want to do this because it contradicts my model, but here's the problem. I would agree that for simulation to be real and our reality to be perceived the way it is for ourselves, it has to only be optical. can only do these things optically. The second we start playing the physical game, the physical reality, the physical the physical measurements of to quantify our observations, that's when things start getting wonky for simulation. Because even the notion of a simulation renders nothing physical. We just perceive it to be physical. But the problem is our perception is different than our optics. And
hold on.
in the simulation, there would be no difference between the two.
Okay, so if like there's a point out here on the Chesapeake Bay that I've found, and I don't know what this object or this target is, except that it looks like a radio tower on the Chesapeake Bay in the water, and it's about 9 miles away from me. And I've captured it numerous times. Okay, so my question is to you, Sean, to kind of explain maybe a little bit what you're saying. Like that tower is physically located at a particular distance away from me. I don't think that that's okay. So you're not. So then, what do you mean by physically measurement? Like that's part of this breaking down for me.
Yeah. Okay. So when we look at the horizon, when we look at the objects, right? We see miraging. These are optical effects that happen that can change when we see them, right? In this idea, a physical object can't change. If you put a cup in front of you, if it is a simulation, and this is what I was trying to explain with the optics versus physical. If it is a simulation, you can make the renderer, the developer, the program, it doesn't matter, can make that cup become a plate of fucking spaghetti. But we don't observe this effect happening in reality. So that is the distinguishing factor for me between a physical aspect and an optical.
I didn't get that. I need you to. I'm sorry. Can you try that again, please?
Yes. When I was stating that simulation only works for optics, not physical, is that optics do change. It can change almost instantly per observation, and that is something that a rendering a rendering effect can make happen. But in our real reality, our world, a physical object cannot do this same rendering. It cannot change. So that it kind of takes away from the simulation part of it, because a physical object will not change its form in front of you. A renderer cannot change a cup in front of you into a plate of pasta the same way our optics can play those
Okay,
tricks.
but I don't. Okay, I think I understand what you're saying, but my criticism would be this: that is a distinction without meaning. Like I get what you're saying, but it's not something that I think anybody would say, because it's, that tower or that boat or that island or that oil platform. No one's going to say that changes. It's like saying, okay, here's a car close to you, and then this car is going to drive far away, and then it gets smaller, and then you say, is it really getting smaller? No, it's not, but that's how it's rendering. It's optically rendering as if it is getting smaller. So I don't see how what you're saying makes any really significant contribution to this discussion. No offense, but that's just the way I'm hearing you.
Okay. Again, you're using an optical observation for a physical and comparing it to a physical measurement. I'm trying to distinguish that there are two different things.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Okay. For instance,
I'll have to catch up.
Okay. Here's the best way, and this is very short and simple. When you make your observations, you adhere that they're all optical conditions that are giving you your observations, correct? Right? The atmosphere, whatever. Okay. When you say that the horizon is at a spot, and the only way you'd be able to get there is if you referenced it, right? You had someone out there to say for you to say stop, and then you go there. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Those two things are completely different observations. Do you understand that part so far? Where we're physically showing a reference location compared to looking and having an optical reference.
I don't think so. I don't have I don't have difficulty making that connection in my mind. So to me, I can say both things.
But your whole thing is that those two things aren't comparable.
No, that would
Okay.
then I would be contradicting myself.
Okay. Well, I know. That's why I brought it up, because when I'm thinking about it this way, and I'd say, "Hey, Travis, let's look at the cargo ship from the California coast, and there's a 52 feet of that ship missing," and we take a look at that. All the data that we have is what compiles the conclusion that I have. My question then goes, where is your conclusion start and stop?
Well, we don't have to get sidetracked onto this in-house, debate between you and me, but your precise value of 52 missing feet, I call into question immediately. Like you have no at that point physical measurement. You only have an observation of something that is grossly distorted by refraction, with or without mirage. That is a distorted image. It is a displaced image, and there is a certain amount of that physical target. Like if you had a picture of that full boat out of the water and you could see all of the hull all the way down to the everything, you could then say, well, look, this much is missing, we can't, but you can't then put a value of 52 feet on that.
Yes, I can, and I'll show you how. So this is we both know this is the ship that we're talking about, right, Travis? And we both agree this is the ship from the
if
video.
you I don't remember looking up the data for that ship. If that you're saying that's the one that was on the water when we were there.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. So
yeah,
and I'll show the picture. Hang on, I gotta get to it.
Well, just real quick, I'm actually at a store right now, so I'm going to go on mute, but I want to ask you this question. Did you see the video where I pointed out painstakingly that there is an inferior mirage on that
I
day
don't
that
see
we
that.
made? Yeah, well, okay. Do you have to really? I don't know if you've looked at that video, but if I find it, I'll try to post it for you. But I painstakingly zoomed in and demonstrated that there is gross, that is severe refraction, and there can be, it can be pointed out that there is a mirage there at that day when we were there.
But but for the example I'm looking at now, I don't see, like when we did this and we were looking at it, I was looking for distortion. I see distortion maybe up right here at the top of these two, but I don't see any distortion at the bottom. And what I was looking at is like these cargo bays and the top of it. I can measure each one of those, because in the video, I'm not sure if you guys, I don't know if the screen can notice it. Time to bring out the handy dandy, but I can see it. And in the video, because this is just a screenshot, in the video, you can see each. Oops, that one was not a good one. You can see each layer. This is how this is exactly how I was able to tell the exact height of this, along with, and this was the most important part, the stats of this ship are everywhere. So I went and found out how tall this ship is, 110 feet. And because I know it's 110 feet, and the fact that I can go, that's one level, and that's one level.
Well, you can Google how big a container or the little
20
cube.
Each one of these container ships is 12 feet tall. I know that because I used to own
that.
it.
That's pretty tall. I don't know how big they are. I thought it'd be like 8 foot. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, if you put your hands straight up while you're inside one of these, the ceiling's much further high up than you think. I know exactly what.
I need to get one of those. I'm gonna turn one of those into an apartment.
Fuck yeah! Actually, look at Google search.
Kind of like this.
Shipping. Yeah, Google search shipping container buildings, and you. Oh man, so many people are doing it. It's so badass. And
Yeah, I
on
think
this,
there's a shipping container modular home on Amazon for like $13K.
I'm gonna go buy it. Okay,
Shit.
so and here's the other important part. So this is the top of that mast thing, like where the captain and all that is. On the stats, it tells me from here to the hull of the ship how tall that is. That's how I know That's how I know 52 feet is missing. I know 52 feet is missing because I was able to get the stats for all that when I was looking up what ship it was. And that was that situation where I didn't see any distortion. Go ahead.
52 feet's pretty tall.
Well, 52 feet is what's missing. What we see is probably, I think it was a 64 feet from the water level. Well, what we see to the top of that mast. And then with that, hang on, let me see. Can I move over? Yes. Okay. That
oil.
Yes.
Rig.
This is off California coast. This oil rig, which is very important because the ship is 13.9 miles away. I think it is how far that channel is. This is only like just over 9 miles from where we're at. But this is also missing about 20 feet. The oil platform. What's up, Sean? And this is why I was saying so. And me and Travis have gone over this so many times. This is a video, this is a screenshot of a video. The video shows. Let me show it real quick. It'd be so much simpler. Again, that's the ship, and like I was saying, when I looked at this one and I did this, and I was trying to figure out how much is missing. The main way I did this is by knowing the total size of that ship, and all I had to do was go. This is the top of the max height of the containers. If I know the max height and I know how tall each layer is, when I go to that other picture again, all I got to do is just count how many containers there are because I know there's a top to it. When I look at here, see this top layer? Oh, crap. Get rid of all this. This top layer is not going to change. I know exactly the distance. I know exactly how many containers there are. I know exactly how many containers there are and how much there is only just based off of this one picture alone. That's how I was able to tell exactly how much is missing. So when we're looking at that picture, that video, you guys are only seeing everything above that line.
One of the first mathematical geniuses, he died, but he was able to determine the circumference of the earth by the shadow of a tree. And by of a tree, you can actually determine. I don't know how to do that. I'll think about it, but
yeah, it is just not easy. I want to get. Okay, hang on. I want to play.
Google that guy, the guy that, because he was like the first mathematical genius, kind of like Newton or somebody. Didn't he get hit in the head with an apple and then he invented gravity or something? I don't even
know. Kinda, sorta, not really. Okay, so hey Travis, I'm going to play. I'll click the link and I'll play the link you just showed me, but I wanted to show the original. It's not the original because I've spliced it to 4 minutes and it's actually insanely long. But this is what I was talking about. This is the video. There's no distortion in this. Like you can see little bands and waves, but go ahead, Ron.
Oh, no, I wasn't saying it. Sorry. You were saying bands and waves. No, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, but when you're watching this video, it's actually it's like really good quality. I mean, if you're looking at it, I can see between the containers. I can see the details in the antenna. I can see antennas in the top of this. When I look at this is I'm not seeing any inferior miraging happening here. Not even a little bit. But I'm gonna look, like I said, Travis. I'll look at yours because you said that in the video that you want me to play, it's clear signs of refraction or inferior miraging is what you said. So let's go to that.
All right. I'll give you the lowdown on what's going on. See, instead of talking about relevant things, these people come in. They like to hear themselves talk. They talk in circle. They do word salad, and they're just talking not mindlessness, nonsense, and some of it's half truths, and half of it might be true, half of it, but it's there's things that matter and then things that don't matter, and they want you to talk about this stuff. It don't matter. It don't matter if the earth is round or flat. What matters is you don't want to you don't want to be dumbed down, brainwashed, enslaved, turn into a useful idiot, a weaponized useful idiot. Sorry. And that people talk about Lunchables. They did a test on Lunchables. I eat Lunchables, and they said there's a bunch of lead. The lead in the Lunchables, and they're like, well, what does lead do to people? It dumbs them down. We live in this idiocracy, so that's why we're talking about goofy stuff that doesn't even matter instead of relevant things that matter. What, do you want more freedoms, cheaper gas prices, or do you want to be enslaved more and more? Or do you want to talk about things that don't? I love talking about that, but then I have an epiphany and I go, oh my God, this is my thought. Now it could be totally wrong because I don't think I know everything, but I do I will formulate, I'll look at everything. And that's why I might not, what is going on? I don't understand. Somebody's calling. Sorry. Somebody's calling me. It's okay.
No worries.
But you get these people, I figured out, that's why I sat there, I listened to what they said, and I'm like, I know what they're doing. I'm not as dumb as they think. They're trolling, they're just talking on, they're just it's obviously troll. They're like, they want you talking about something that doesn't matter than actually having power over your life. It's like Harry Potter. It's like and I love, you get these Pokemon, our whole population, autism's on the rise.
But wouldn't you say
autism is not on the rise?
Hang on.
Diagnosis of autism is on the rise.
Yeah, exactly. I would say with more data and more people, the amount of people that have autism is going to rise. You're right, but I don't see the correlation, because if you want to play the correlation game, then we got to play what caused it, and then we got to play was that around before what you're saying caused it, and if it was, then it's not a correlation.
It's definitely an interesting topic I would like to discuss at a later date, Ron. But I think we're trying to stay on topic with the flat earth stuff and the mirage stuff today.
I don't want to derail your thing.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll go over this real quick. If because it'll go by pretty quick if Travis isn't going to be here for it because he's not here right now. But no, in probably about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, if he doesn't come back in, we can move to any topic. Again, I'm not.
Were you still
gonna be
wanting to
stuck
try
in
to
this
go
today.
over to Globe Gangsters though?
I will see. I
Okay.
can't. Did you go over there yet? Are you joined?
I'm-
You're in there,
I
right?
mean, I'm in there. Yeah.
I can't see
I haven't-
Discord. Are they in there right now?
Yeah, they're chilling. Hold on, let me double check. But they're
Because I don't
think they're
know.
just straight chilling in there.
So here's the problem. I don't know how it's going to work with the panel. Well, hang on, Travis is here. We'll figure that out when we get there. What's up, Travis? This is a good idea. We look at this. Travis, I will concede there is distortion at this area.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Okay, can you see the screen?
It's really small on my screen. I'm kind of driving right now, so I'm not going to be able to. I can generally answer your question though.
Right.
Go ahead.
Okay, I've basically put some lines on the cargo ship of your upload that you shared, where I concede what would be maybe on a computer screen 1/4 of an inch from the surface of the water up would be distorted. What would quantify that much distortion to then obstruct 52 feet of ship?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. It's the same. I've made videos on this, people, and I'm not the only scientist here. Like we have to work together on this. Why? Because science isn't talking about mirages the way I'm talking about mirages. And so your question is absolutely 100% spot on the nose. Here's the difference. My interpretation of the mirage is that it is along the x-axis. It is not and does not have altitude. And that is the scientific position, that a mirage has altitude above the surface of the water. My position is that degree that you put between those two white lines, that could possibly cover 4 or 5 miles of distance, which would then have to take into consideration magnification and displacement of the foreground. There are so many things that are variables in here that I only have the way of describing them with my words, and I don't have the quantification at this moment because I just don't have the time for one, the money for another, and a team to do the research with. I'm only one person. But your question is a very good question.
Okay. For what you said, when you're talking about how science describes any miraging factor, if I gave you the concession that there was a layer on the surface of the water, we're talking about the same layer because you pointed out where you think the inferior mirage is happening on that cargo ship. Would you say, excuse me, would you say that the miraging part is laid over the surface of water, or it is above the water?
It's above the water. It's in the air.
Okay. If it's not possible. Okay. How do I say this?
Hold on before you say.
No, hang on. I get how to say
all
it
right.
now. If we're talking about distortion, I will agree with you, because distortion, the problem with distortion is there can be turbulent air between you and the source. And when we're talking an inferior mirage, it is not, it's on the surface. I don't know how to explain it, Travis. It can't be above. It has to be on the surface, because if
I'm
it's
sorry.
above, okay,
that's
listen,
just not even, the science doesn't even back you up on that, Sean.
Yeah, it does. It does. And here's why. Because when science explains an inferior mirage, let's say there is an inferior mirage. I don't agree. I think it's just distortion. If there is an inferior mirage, it isn't trying to say that that inferior mirage is what's blocking 56 or 52 feet of that ship. It's saying that the surface of water that you're observing that gets to from between you and it has turbulence, and therefore that surface of water is giving you an inferior mirage. It's going to be
You
on
would
the
have
surface.
you would have to show me the citation of that, because you just made that bullshit up in your
Okay.
head.
So you want me to read the definition of what an inferior mirage is? Is that what you need?
No, I want
What?
you to go cut out the clip that you just said what you thought was happening and find the scientific backing for what you said.
Okay. Okay, Travis, what does science, not Travis, what does science explain an inferior mirage is?
It is not a reflection off the surface of the water. It is a reflection off the medium that is created by the refractive index of the day.
Okay. So if it goes above the water surface into the air, how do you quantify it?
I already answered your question by saying I am one person who cannot and does not have the means to answer your question scientifically.
Okay. If I have the means to explain why 52 feet of that ship is missing, why is my claim not relevant?
Okay, because you used the word explanation. However, I did not say to you that I couldn't explain it. I said that I couldn't quantify it, which would require scientific data.
So you can explain why 52 feet is missing in
Yeah.
that small. Okay. Go ahead.
I mean, look, I've done this already. This is on my channel numerous times, but I'll try to give you the Cliff Notes version. When you're looking out over the horizon, let's put us in the middle of the Midwest, okay? And we're looking into the distance toward, let's say, the Rocky Mountains, and all we can see are the clouds above and then the ground below, and we just see those meet in the middle of our field of view in the distance. We call that the horizon. If we were standing on a road and there were the dotted dashed lines dividing the north or the westbound lane from the eastbound lane, those lines would be symmetrical and equidistant as they are put out along the distance. But as we look at them, the farther away they get, the more they blend and merge together and lose their distinctive qualities. Would you agree with that?
Sure. So far.
Right. Okay. You're sure didn't convince me. So if you were looking out your window, your driver's side window, and you looked ahead of you, you could see the spacing. Let's call it 6.6 feet. Each dash is exactly 6.6 feet apart from the next dash. The farther away that gets from you, you lose that visual space of 6.6 feet, even though it's still there, and it all of a sudden looks like there's just one solid line ahead of you. Right?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. I get what you're saying, but that's okay. Not just perspective. That's not just perspective,
though. Whatever. The same thing happens in the sky. If you have a cloud directly above you and another cloud above you, and they move into the distance, that distance compresses and compresses, and all of a sudden you just have white shit in the sky, and you can't tell one cloud from the other, even though they're spaced out between each other in the distance. So you have that compression of space in a smaller angular field of view. That's one of the things that happens when you're looking out into the distance at this shipping container. The other thing that happens in addition to that is whatever the refractive index is doing, it does and can lift up the foreground into an apparent position. Okay? That's called magnification. It magnifies the foreground, and then it has a different effect past the horizon, which is all a result of the refractive index. But there are two different effects happening at the same time. One is for the foreground, and the other one is for the background. When you have that happen, you're going to lose the apparent, let's say, 52 feet that you're looking for. And then if you have a mirage, that's going to even exacerbate the situation. You can't get away from having something like this that you're showing us in my footage. I don't have a problem saying that's my footage. You and I just have two different interpretations of it. I would happen to say that that entire ship is grossly distorted, magnified, and then also experiencing the refractive index at that point on the horizon.
The problem with what you're saying, the problem I have with what you're saying is that you're saying, Travis, that you can't quantify these things because you're only one person. But my method of this, I can do by myself. But then you're discounting mine because you haven't been able to verify your way. But then you're telling me your way is just the right way. There's not, you're not, when I'm because with the way you say it, Travis, that you can't quantify. If I say quantify that refractive band you're talking about, you're going to say, Sean, I'm one fucking person. I need a team of people to do this. But you're telling me your way is correct. But I'm telling you that my way, I can verify it myself. I don't need a team.
Except there are variables, and I don't have time to do this. I've looked at your some of your live streams before. This has been a couple of years ago when you did this. And when I was watching your presentation, there were at least 2 or 3 things that I disagreed with you on, that you were making claims about that you had no way of verifying. You can make the claim that you have verified these things, but all you have done is modeled them out in a representation with values that you are assuming. Okay, that's just the reality.
Do you remember?
Well, with the container ship, if I remember, because I sat in on a couple of those panels, there was we went through the shipping charts, which you could follow the ship itself, which gave the distance away from the observer, and also the location of the oil rig out there. So we can judge the distance. We can judge the distance between those, and we can also judge the size of the ship itself, and say, okay, well, in comparison, the oil rig should be this tall, and the ship should be this tall.
I agree. Okay, let me jump in real quick, Sean. I appreciate what you just said, and I 100% agree with you. There's one thing that you do not have information on and cannot verify, and that is the location of the horizon, because the horizon is in front of both the oil platform and the ship, and you don't have the location of that. So that's a variable. That's your X factor that you don't have a value for. Okay, now I can show you guys.
I do, Travis.
I can show you. Okay, hold on. I can show you guys that I have a proof of concept where I use a Fresnel lens to lift up and magnify the floor of a warehouse and block 52 feet of a tanker ship. I can do that.
Let's do it.
That's what the air is. That is what the air is doing.
Let's do it. That sounds like a great idea.
I've already done it. It's on my channel.
Link.
Oh my God.
So,
I'm kind of running errands. Look, I'm totally.
Yeah,
I'm totally
yeah.
ADHD. I can't do this kind of like, forgive me for
you're,
not, whatever.
Nope, no fault to you because you already told us that you were driving and you didn't get it detailed into it. Matter of fact, I was going to ask you, the stream you did last night, was that a stream? Okay, I was going to ask if that's a live stream and you do those at night. I'll join those. Yeah, I mean, we've gone through this before, Sean. You remember what Travis is asking for? I can verify all of that. That was the point of the live stream. Actually, was to show how you are able to verify it without a team. If I remember correctly, yeah. I remember I was going to respond to. Travis was saying that there was no way to verify where the horizon is. The problem is we knew exactly where we were standing elevation wise, and because of that, using, if you want to, I call it the tangent calculator because that's all it really is working for. It's not it's not depicting a shape for yourself. It's just giving you a tangent for one location. I could absolutely say where the apparent horizon is. The best part about this observation is that the horizon doesn't even make a difference. I mean, where it is. The only thing that we need to reference, in my opinion, is the oil platform and the cargo ship, because those are the obstructions, and we know those known distances. So to me, the horizon isn't that important to know the distance to, just that it's there.
Okay, again, all you've given right now is your opinion.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay, but you don't know the position of the horizon.
I also said I didn't need to. All I need to know is that it's
that's
there.
a great, that's very convenient.
Travis,
I don't need to have a lot of things too, right?
Do we agree that the horizon is there?
Come on, man.
Yeah, we do. So I don't even need to ask that question. Fine. So since we know the horizon's there, that's as far as I need to know about the horizon, because I know where the platform is I know where the cargo ship is, and all I'm trying to illustrate is that there is an obstruction due to physical qualities.
Well, okay, you can also judge off of one thing. You know that what your elevation was. You know that the camera was horizontal, so you can essentially say, okay, the horizon has to be below X level.
Yeah. How are we looking at the cargo, those containers, without it having, or without my understanding and explanation for obstruction?
Okay, so if you go to the beginning of the video where you have the oil platform and the tanker ship heading towards it.
Oh, your video. Okay, let me go back.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm just going by memory, so if it's not as clear as I'm saying it, if you have an open horizon to the left, that would be at the stern of the ship. Okay. That is, you have the ship, you have the water, you have the oil platform, you have the water. If you go to the right or to the left of the ship behind the stern, you're going to have open sea, right? Sky and water. Okay.
Okay.
What is creating the horizon at that point, because there is a mirage, is the mirage. The mirage is creating the horizon. That's not physical Earth curve. It's a mirage. And where the water, okay, so then the obstruction that you're seeing of the boat that you'd like to point out is not physical, it's optical.
No, you see it, but it is physical. The reason I said I agreed with you was because no one is saying that there is an inferior mirage because of curvature. No one's saying that. That's not the case.
And that's not what. Okay, listen. This is where this gets dragged out. Who are you correcting right now?
It's just the reality of what we're talking about. Not
No.
correcting you, not correcting me, not correcting someone else. Just how it is depicted. It's just not.
No, that okay. So
not,
okay. So then, in a very gentle, kind way, your qualification is meaningless. What you just said is meaningless. First of all, I didn't say anything like that. So the fact that you spoke up and said we're, the curvature isn't creating the horizon or whatever you said, I didn't say anything like that.
Hang on. I'll repeat myself so that there's no misconstruing it. I said no one is saying that any refractive quality, and I gave the example of inferior miraging, is due to curvature. No one
says that. I don't even say that. So what you just said didn't need to be said at all. You don't need to say that.
It does. I did, because when I'm sitting here saying that cargo ship is being obstructed by physical properties, I am saying, and I'm saying adamantly, that there's nothing optical that is blocking that much of that ship. That's what I'm saying when I say that. And when I say that, I'm also stating that I am not saying that any refractive quality that I do see in this video that we're showing right now has anything to do with because it's a globe. That is, or that is evidence of curvature. All I'm saying is that the obstruction is my evidence for curvature. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
I can't. I agree, Blue. And I've said this before. You're breaking up really bad, Travis. And what Blue is saying is kind of like the crux of it. There is, and it's this blanket. It's as blanket as it gets. There's too much missing between the two objects. Knowing the distance to the horizon is not relevant because we are looking beyond the horizon. Just the horizon itself is all we need to know about or care about, in my opinion. The one good thing that I do remember from this day in that P900 Blue is that Travis is very adamant about telling people as well that you cannot bring the rest of that ship back in. So there is an upside to him and that damn camera. His cameras, if I remember correctly. Yeah, but when I'm having this conversation, and we did this years ago. It is not a question of, damn it. It's not a question of whether or not there is refractive qualities. The question is how do you quantify those refractive qualities to show that? And to me, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't work. Let me see. Where did everyone on the panel go? Oh, well. We'll see if he comes back in. We'll talk about it some more. I thought it was pretty blanket on how I was explaining it because it's very important that you understand that, and this is more to anyone flat Earth related. There has to be for you to say it's not or it is, you have to have some way of quantifying what you're talking about. I don't care what, even if you're a glober, you're like, hey, it's Earth curve. You have a way to quantify what's happening. If there's no way to quantify it, then you are at one of these brick walls I was talking about, where you either keep banging your head against it or you back and start taking other paths that make more sense. That makes sense to me. That's how it should work. But yeah, too many years we did that.
And I'm not really understanding. Right, the hands hang up about models, and I'm not really understanding how Travis is unable to quantify his observations.
Well, Travis will tell you he's only one person.
That doesn't
And
matter. It's
it does.
one
It
person's
does.
worth of observation.
No, it does matter, and here's why. I showed that for the way I do what I'm looking for in trying to verify, I can quantify these things because I have data that helps me quantify it. All I got to do is know my elevation, distance to objects, etc. The problem Travis has is that the way he does it, you would need a team of people to do it. The problem with that is that he's overcomplicating something super simple. He's still at where's the horizon and why. I'm at there's obstruction, there's miraging. That's it. Conclusion done. And I can verify it over and over again. All I got to do is go look at a different object. And Travis doesn't want to acknowledge that. Travis, here's what it is. Here's what I think it is. Travis isn't interested in how I came up with my conclusion. Travis is only interested in his own conclusion that he will perpetually always be chasing until he gets a team of people to help him.
Well, the only thing that Travis keeps highlighting is the change in air temperature and density, and that's it. It's something that is explained in refraction through any medium, and and I'm not sure if he can ever get past it because it's kind of like, yes, there is the such the change in these things, but it's not anything new. It's not anything that hasn't been explored. This, we demonstrate this with lasers in other mediums.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I don't think. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got one more thing, and this was going back to what what you guys were discussing about the mirages and stuff. The light isn't necessarily reflecting off the ground to come back to your eye for the mirage. What it is the refraction, the density of the air is what's bending the light to come to your eye to give you a different view. So yes, it is showing something in another location, but no, it's more like the air is the one doing the work.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Well, if I remember correctly, Travis doesn't believe light bends at all.
I can't remember if he does or not. That's going to be a question I'm going to have to ask him.
Yes, absolutely. Fucking A. And to answer your question, Tex, I have no idea how right the hand does it at all. Like I said before, he lives in experiences, which is a philosophical debate in its own. It's not there's no real conclusion to his rationale. Or the only thing you can do is just ask him questions about verification, and he'll start crumbling. That's how it works with experiences, as most of us know from Slick James. I was trying to find something on here pertaining to that. Hang on. Too many things on screen.
What's that? You found something on Slick James, like him being in prison or something like that?
Well, I do know his name.
Prison?
I do know his name, but I haven't looked. That would be interesting to find out, though. I wouldn't do it here. I'd do that on my side. There was another one. Hang on. I'm looking at I already played this one. I don't know. Where is it?
Well, you know, Florida puts it like everybody's face is out there for everybody to see if you go to prison or jail or something like that.
Is that how they look at it? Jeez. Omni is not over there. Oh, I see him. I don't know if this will work, and I don't know if he's around. I apologize. I am looking over at the other server. I'm looking at the Globe Gangsters server to see if I'm interested in trying to figure this out. I just don't think it. I think it would have to be a situation where you guys have to be there. Otherwise, you guys would just be listening, but you wouldn't be able to respond.
What, over at Globe Gangsters?
Yeah. Like I'd be able to share it with everyone. Everyone would be able to hear it, but you guys wouldn't be able to respond to them at all.
Well, I would be able to.
Well, yeah, unless you're there, yeah. But then would it be double? I don't know how that would work. Hang on, let me see. I hate Discord so much. That's why I've been avoiding it so much.
Why don't you just add him to the panel? I mean, he's sitting in a chat by himself right now.
I could. He did say he wanted to. Hang on, I'll message him. The link. Because it doesn't even need to be a back and forth at all, really. Because he says he came up with this revolutionary model, and I'd be interested in seeing it. And that way, that way I'll just promote the damn server. I'll even show it. I don't care, but it's such a pain in the ass. Like it'd be make more sense if I used Discord, but I don't use Discord enough to change everything up because I couldn't use Discord here. And that's the other thing, Tex. I'm going back to fucking OBS because there's a fucking lot about this I can't do that's irritating the shit out of me. Like, for instance, when I do this, where is it? Window. See how you can see the tabs and all that shit on the top? With OBS, I get to block that out. I can crop it.
Why don't you just put the window in full screen?
Because then I can't get all my stuff. Like I can't click up here, can't click around. Makes it less convenient.
I wonder.
What's up, right hand?
Can you verify something you haven't experienced?
Yes.
So you cannot experience God and somehow verify him? Is that is that logic following?
No, you can measure a 2x4 and give me those measurements, and I can describe that 2x4 is what I mean.
But you didn't verify. That's not a verification that the 2x4 is the measurement I said it would, right? You would have to experience the measurement yourself to verify it, right?
I trust that someone says I have a 10-foot 2x4 or Home Depot. I do it every day. Home Depot says they have 100 10-foot 2x4s. I haven't experienced them racking, putting all that lumber up, but I know it's there, right?
Yeah, but trust is not verification. So like you were like, I was just saying, you were like, well, right, the hand's going to say experience and blah, blah, blah. But when we get down to the fundamentals, you just said your verification is trust, which is, that's not verification.
Verification away from belief in your experiences. Yeah, you have to be doing it physically. You have to physically experience it. Okay. I'll take that bait.
That's not bait. It's reality, man.
Well, it's just a subjective view, though, because objectively, you could verify something and still be wrong about it.
Well, then the problem is with your verification process. Your verification process is subjective, not objective. That's why I use the senses, because they're objective. You objectively experience reality. You don't subjectively interpret it. You can
That's not true.
subjectively interpret it. Oh, that's not
That's
true.
not
So
true
we
at
don't
all.
physically experience reality.
I
Yeah,
know for
your
a fact.
sense.
I know for a fact. What I see is different from what Texlexes fucking can see without her glasses, without that assistance
Shut
of glasses.
up. Piss
Yeah, but
off.
that's not changing objective reality, right? Like there
Yes,
is
it is.
one objective reality that verifies all claims. If you were to say a
Well-
rock floats when you let it go, we would go outside into reality, get a rock, and reality would say if you're wrong or right. Not me, not anyone on the panel. Reality would.
But you
Again,
can
but then
change
we-
your reality. You can
Yeah.
train your eyes to see things differently than how you perceived things before. You can train your mentality to perceive the reality around you differently than what you did before.
That's brainwashing yourself, right? Like I used to
It's
be a
not
Christian.
so.
I used to be a Christian, but that was only because I never experienced God and I was using faith. And once I got away from all faith-based beliefs and only took in experiences, religion just gets washed away because religion does not
Sure,
have
but that
anything in
wasn't the
experience.
argument I was making, was it? You said we
Well,
can't change reality, and I said
No,
to you
no.
that we
I said
can.
verify. So you
Did
verify
you not
reality.
just say right before I responded, we cannot change reality? Do I need to
When I
go
say-
and look on the YouTube to make sure I'm quoting you proper?
When you like change reality, like dig a hole, is that changing reality? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, if there's any form of
Yeah,
change or flux going on,
that's
then there is a
manipulating.
change in reality.
Okay, you're
It
manipulating
doesn't
the same
matter.
reality.
It
Yeah,
doesn't matter. Is it still changing?
But the point is the verification comes from reality, not from anywhere else.
Sure, yeah. And the
Okay, that's my
reality
point.
is that we use math to verify things.
No, we don't use math to verify
Yes,
things. We
we
just
do.
you
Just because you don't agree with it doesn't make it wrong.
you just agreed that we use reality to verify.
I didn't agree to that. I
Okay,
said
so
we
you
have the
don't-
ability
so
to
you-
change reality.
So you don't use reality to verify.
No, I use reality to observe, and then I go and I do experiments and use math and other people's perceptions to affirm whether or not I am seeing reality in its true form or whether or not my senses are flawed.
Okay,
That
was
is
a
how
lot.
that works.
That was a lot of words for I trust other people.
That's a lot of words for saying that I adhere to science,
Which is
not to
trusting other
whatever
people.
warped soapbox rhetoric you're trying to push.
My senses.
Can't
I'm trying to.
you- okay.
Your sense
hold on. Let me
perception
just.
is
Hold on.
flawed.
When
I have a question. I have a question then right to hand. Can you explain how you verify things?
I just did through the senses.
Okay. So if you're standing at the beach and you look down the beach, not even over the water, just down the beach, how do you know that something is a mile away?
I'd have to measure it, wouldn't I?
Okay. So when you're driving your car and it says blah, 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 exit 3 miles away, there's no way for you to verify that?
You would have to measure it, right?
You're just trusting. Yeah, you're right. So when
Okay.
you don't measure it, you're just trusting that it works.
No,
right?
I'm not
Or-
trusting that the
or-
exit's there.
or-
I can see the exit there.
No, you can't. Not if it's
Yeah, I
5 miles
can.
away, 2 miles away.
Okay,
So
but
when
if you
see
just
something that says
keep
2 miles away, you can.
You just keep
okay,
driving. I look, when you're on the highway, are you
Okay.
watching your odometer or are you watching the road?
Again, this is a very simple thing. This is a very This is a very simple process. If you decide you want to go somewhere today that's further than 5 miles away, 100 miles, and you click on it and go, "Hey, Joe Schmo, I'll be at your house in an hour." You don't do that?
Bro, I feel like you're off topic. The topic is the verification.
Yes.
How would you verify the distance between your house and Joe Schmo's house? How would you verify that?
No. Okay. The question is do you do that every single time you go or every time you trust MapQuest?
I don't.
Or Google
Again,
Maps?
it's not trust. Okay, trust would be
It
me.
has to be.
Let me. If trust would be me closing my eyes, falling back, and hoping somebody will catch me. When I'm driving with my eyes open, there's no trust. I'm like, oh, there's the Rite Aid. Okay, I know my house is to the right of the Rite Aid. There's no trust. This is all knowledge. Verified through my experience. That's how you get verified knowledge.
Again, do you use Google Maps to get
Bro,
places?
Look, Sean. The point is verification.
Yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
You're getting away from the point. The point is verification. You are.
I know. No,
how do you verify a map is correct?
I trust that the survey. I trust that the survey.
And there we go. Your verification is trust.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's my point. That's my point.
Again, the point that Tex was making, the point that I'm trying to make, and make you realize that you even adhere to this. Is that you can trust other sources for the verification part.
No,
I know you do.
Trust cannot be verification.
Do you use Google Maps?
Again, regardless of if I use Google Maps, trust is not verification. You keep skating away from the point. So do you agree that trusting someone else is not verifying something?
Yeah, it is. It is.
It is. Okay, and there we go. That's the end of the argument. You believe trust is verification. I need personal.
Stop. Right. Stop, man. Come on, man. Don't do that. I can tell you exactly how I verify it.
Through trust.
If I decide I'm going to drive to Waco, I'm going to call Tex and say, hey, MapQuest says 3 hours. I'm going to verify it by driving it. And if I get there in that time period, then I have verified that trusted source is true.
And that verification was your experience of driving the 3 hours. Yes, thank you. That's my point. The verification is the experience.
But
nothing.
I didn't measure it right to hand.
Yeah, but you drove it. You experienced the 3 hour drive, and that's what was needing to be verified. The length of time which it took. And you verified that through your experience, not through trusting the map. Again, my point.
I trusted that the map would tell me the time and that the distance was correct. And me getting there in that time showed that I could trust it because I told Tex that's how long it would take.
No, the point is you verified it when you actually did it. And up until you actually did it, it was trust. That's the point. You can try and paint that however you want to do it, but that's the point.
Okay.
If you made it there in 2 hours and 30 minutes, does that change the fact that the distance was correct?
Well, again, you were trying to verify the time. And if you wanted to verify, if you had a stopwatch, you can only verify how long it took you. If you wanted to verify the distance, you would need to measure it.
I'm verifying Google Maps, not the time, not the date. I'm verifying my source.
You're verifying one part of the source.
Nope.
Yes.
My whole source.
Nope. You don't verify. You don't verify. You don't verify the entire globe map by driving around the block.
No,
are we arguing against speed, time, and distance or something?
No, we're talking about how you verify
verifying
distance.
Anything
at all.
Okay.
So put it like, for instance, I would say that I trust Google Map because they have verified their information. So I don't need to measure the distance between here and Waco myself. I trust that Google Maps has done it correctly. My verification is me getting to my destination and their data for my destination being correct.
What's wrong with trust?
Is
there something wrong with trust?
No, I'm not. Look, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with trust. You can't verify before you verify, right?
It's always been verified, though, has it not?
Yeah.
And again, okay, and this is the point. How do you know it's been verified?
Because I see the Google cars driving around the city all the time.
Let me make my point. Hold on.
Stop. No, I want to answer because that's a horrible point. I use Google Maps and it works. Earth's Life uses Google Maps and it works. TextLex uses Google Maps and it works. You use it and it works. That is the verification.
Oh, so we can't verify things unless we do it ourselves. Nothing is verified. Is that what you're saying?
Well, because fundamentally, the argument comes simplified. Can you verify something you haven't experienced yourself? And I say no, because there will always be an element of always be an element of trust because you haven't experienced it, so you don't know if it can be experienced. So that's why you cannot use trust for verification.
You can if the experiences have already been verified.
Let's let B-Ball answer.
Let me just ask a question real quick. Do you believe that Mount Everest exists?
Again, you're skating away from the thing.
Yes or no?
No, we're going to stick with the fundamentals. Can you?
No, what we're gonna do is you're gonna answer the question. It's a yes or no question.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Do you believe that Mount Everest exists?
Beliefs are for religion.
Okay, does or does not? Do you think or do you not think?
We're trying to verify. So asking me what I think is not verification.
Right there.
It's a simple question.
Earth, stop for a second. Do you remember Slick James?
Yes. Oh, he had no beliefs. Yeah.
Just think Slick James. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's because you all live in beliefs. So once somebody doesn't want to go into your world, you can't operate. It's like if you don't want to do jujitsu with somebody, they can't do jujitsu on you. You have to engage with them. I'm not engaging in your imagination land, so you don't have any plays. You don't know what to say.
Does Mount Everest exist? Yes or no?
Why are you asking me if something exists? Are you like, do you not know it's real?
Because
and look, I'm not a robot. I don't have to say yes or no to everything.
So I'm going to answer a question, okay?
No, the question.
So, okay, hold on. Stop. So I'm going to answer for you. Yes, I know that Mount Everest exists. Why? Because millions of people have already been there, right? People have taken pictures. People have died there. So I don't have to physically go there and see it for myself to know whether or not Mount Everest exists. And I can say that about any place on Earth that I haven't been to.
Okay, so fundamentally what you're saying is you don't need the experience to know that it's real.
No, I don't.
Okay. So then you know who else says that?
Everyone.
No, there's a very particular group of people that when asked for their particular experience, no. Religious people.
Anybody you ask, if I ask anybody, if I go around today and I ask anybody, hey, does Mount Everest exist? They're probably going to say yes. They're not going to say, well, no, I've never been there, so I don't know. Can't verify for myself. No one's going to say that except people like you on the internet.
Do you know why people don't believe in heaven? A lot of people don't believe in heaven because they've never been there, right? No, it's not different. No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
Because there's a lot of people that don't believe that heaven exists.
Well, and again, but how would we verify? How do you verify heaven?
No one knows for sure. Nobody knows. That's not what we're talking about.
But why does nobody know? Why does nobody know?
I'll give you a chance.
Why does nobody know heaven exists?
I'll give you a chance to verify.
Because nobody's been there to verify it, right?
Say hi to God
how many?
for
me. Go ahead.
But can you just answer the question?
Right,
is that why nobody?
Fellas, let's not over talk.
I want to let Omni get in.
I'm done.
He's been here for a
second.
Go ahead, Omni.
Oh, I just said I was going to give you a chance to verify heaven. You can say hi to God for me.
Yeah. Well, again, why don't you believe in heaven? But again, belief is because you haven't been there to verify. If we can go to heaven like it was a nightclub, right? Everybody would believe, there would be no belief. You'd be like, hey, do you believe in heaven? You'd be like, believe? No, it's on the corner. Let's go there right now. I can verify that it's there. But the fact that you can't do that with heaven, and that's the fundamental thing. For all you know, Mount Everest could be a flat fucking picture that they laugh at fucking tourists. The tourists pay millions of dollars to go out there and they're like, oh yeah, it's flat. You just take a picture here. You're like, what? It's a big scam? Yeah, like Antarctica. But we put on this thing. You don't know. And that's the problem. Your entire worldview says my beliefs are just as empirical as my senses. And that's outrageous.
Do you want some,
but we do know because we have verified data. We have verified
experiences.
Yes.
You don't.
We as the collective do. Yes.
No, so we've won the Super Bowl.
Yes.
So me, you, and Tom Brady have won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Where's your ring?
Patriots
Show me your ring.
These are
the arguments they make. Ridiculous.
Personally, we haven't run the Super Bowl.
There you go.
Well, you're just okay.
That's a little bit different, though. That's
collectively, I should have won every Super Bowl, right? Because it's all collective.
No, only the one.
Oh, okay. So collectively, we can know but collectively we don't win. That's
Collectively, you
crazy.
know who won the Super Bowl. Yes.
Yeah, because I was.
Are you saying that unless you go to the Super Bowl yourself and sit down in a seat and watch the Super Bowl, you're not going to know which team won the Super Bowl? No, you're not going to say that.
You can't verify
That's a
it.
dumb thing to say.
You
I
can't
can
verify it.
We
Yeah,
can verify it because the
No, you
people
can
that won the
trust.
Super Bowl have the ring to prove that they won the Super Bowl.
Well, just because you have a
And we
ring
have
doesn't mean you
evidence
won.
of that.
I could buy a Super Bowl ring. That doesn't mean I won the Super Bowl. Do you see how everything you say leads to an open door because you haven't verified it?
You didn't win the Super Bowl, but the Patriots most definitely won the Super Bowl. Do you see what I'm saying?
Because you experienced it.
Okay, stop. Hang on. If I didn't watch the Super Bowl and I just saw the score, is that
That's
a
experience.
verification
That
they
you
won?
experienced the score. Oh, here, this is my point. Experience
Okay.
nothing. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me
Perfect.
speak,
Hang
dude.
on,
Come on.
no,
Come
hang
on.
No, right there.
Because you know where I'm going. Because you know where I'm going.
Well, hang on. If that's the case, then when Texles was bringing up the using science, well, her looking at their data and looking at their verification is her experiencing it.
No, you're not experiencing the verification of the data. That would be like me writing down 104. Hold on. Let me speak for once. That would be like me writing down 103 miles per hour on a piece of paper, saying I can throw that fast, handing that paper to Tex, and now her believing that I verified that I could throw 103 miles an hour because I wrote it down on a piece of paper. That's how ridiculous that is.
No, that's not at all.
That's ridiculous.
I think the analogy I just gave was super clear, and
so was mine.
No, it really wasn't.
No.
You're
I think it was.
dancing around. You're dancing around.
So 103 miles an hour.
I agree with Chris.
Is not data. Of course, because Travis is not brainwashed.
Perfect.
Explain
Travis,
why,
Travis.
Travis.
This question, Travis. If we don't watch a football game, but we only see the football scores, is that a verification that they did win? Did we experience the verification?
Okay,
No,
Sean.
because
Hold on. Your question, Sean, is invalid on its face because it is a false
can you just
equivalency.
answer a simple question? Answer a simple
I
question.
am, sir.
Everyone
okay,
stop.
hold on,
Everyone
hold
stop.
on, please.
No,
hold on.
I got to do this. I have to do this. It's just mandatory. I have to. I'm sorry. I have to do this. I'm sorry. Nerd, thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate it. He says, right to hand, did you verify that you are talking to real people right now? And if so, how did you verify it? They could all be AI bots, and so could I. Thank you, Nerd.
I mean, I'm clearly an AI bot.
Did you want to answer that right to hand?
I think at this point, it's just arguing for the purpose of arguing.
Well, that's
that's a hand wave dismissal. That's a hand wave dismissal.
No, it's not. He has a philosophical debate. That's all it is.
That's but you have to understand that this is the debate. You are arguing a philosophy, but you don't understand that's what you're doing.
So I totally understand it. I totally understand it.
100%.
So
go ahead, Omni.
So how do you define knowledge?
Oh God, this is Omni.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I know. I realize why that might be alarming to you. I'm going to use the justified true belief definition of knowledge as for philosophy. That's a very standard. It's not the only one, but it's a very standard definition of knowledge in philosophy. You agree? You're familiar?
Dude, stop your rhetoric and get to your point.
Okay, so justified true belief means that I have a justification for believing it, and it is actually true in real life. Now, I don't think we have access to ultimate truth, but I think we have
objection. You did not define anything. All you did was restate your term.
I'm explaining it to you.
Oh my God! This is
Can we just allow him to finish, please?
You just claimed.
No, I don't allow people to talk nonsense.
No, Travis. Whoa. Stop. Hey, stop. I allow nonsense, so clearly. So Omni, please finish.
If you didn't allow nonsense, I wouldn't be here. So Travis, you claimed that you understood philosophy, and I think, I think maybe you believe you do, but it's becoming clear I assumed you did, but it's becoming clear from this discussion that you don't actually. You haven't.
Objection! Objection!
So I'm going to explain to you.
Oh my God! Can I object, please?
Oh, allow him to finish. What the fuck?
Overruled. Continue.
Overruled, yeah.
Yeah, just don't claim you understand. You have an iron grip on
Just
philosophy.
go ahead. Just go
Don't
ahead.
claim you
Just
don't
keep going.
understand it.
Okay, I did not fucking claim I had
Whenever he starts talking,
Everyone stop.
do the same to
Everyone
him.
stop.
Doing
Stop.
this. It's okay.
Everybody stop.
Omnivore,
Everybody.
continue.
So
Omnivore is going to finish what he has to say.
All right.
Regardless of if you like it or not, Travis.
Oh,
I
you
don't
ran
care.
away. All right.
It does not matter. Please finish.
Okay, so justified true belief means that knowledge is a subset of belief in this framework. Now, this is a very standard philosophy 101 framework. If you go take a course in it, this is what they'll give you. So I have to have a justification for it, and it needs to be true. We don't have access to ultimate truth, but we do have. We can make statements, clear statements about what we think reflects reality. We can have that an understanding of that, and we also have different levels of justification. Justification does not have to be at the ultimate highest level, but there does have to be a justification. So if you use that framework, then my knowledge about Mount Everest is that my understanding is that it's true, right? As opposed to, for example, Atlantis, where I think that the question of truthfulness of the existence of Atlantis is unclear. But Mount Everest is certainly within the category of what I think is verifiably true, and my justification for it is quite strong. I've seen documentaries on it. I've seen films. I can find it on a map. I can buy. I can hire Sherpas to take me up it, etc., etc. It's certainly a justifiable belief. Now, the International Space Station also fits into that category, unfortunately for you, RTH. But if you use that as a framework for knowledge, you can start to develop a epistemology, an idea of understanding how you gain the knowledge that you believe to have, and that's really important. So that's all I wanted to say.
Are lies knowledge?
Are lies knowledge? So
they can be.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hold on. So if I told you I could throw 103 miles an hour, right? You now have knowledge or you have facts?
So
knowledge.
I have.
Hold on.
Hold a minute. Let me answer.
It's a yes. It's a figure. You have knowledge or facts. Please don't go on for 7 minutes. You have knowledge or facts.
I have knowledge that you told me that.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have you haven't verified that knowledge as being a fact, correct?
That's not how it works.
Correct.
No. It's correct, but it's not how it works. Interesting.
No, you're correct. Keep going.
I'm correct, or he's correct.
So you're correct. So far, your path is still is.
But he said I'm not correct, so maybe you should take it up with him.
Okay.
You're correct. Why am I not correct?
Okay. For instance, so everything you've said so far is a knowledge claim. So far.
All right. So you don't. So the verification of it, you're using verification as though it is accessing some kind of ultimate truth. That's not the case in reality or philosophy. Well,
no, we're separating knowledge from facts because lies can be knowledge. Now, like I said, I could tell you that I can throw 103 miles an hour and you now have the knowledge, but you don't know if that knowledge is a fact because you haven't verified it.
So okay. So that's not, like I said, that's not how it works.
Well, that's a bunch of stutters, but that's good.
Well, because I was reading something.
Yeah, because you have no idea how to respond to that. No, yeah, there's nothing you can say.
Can I jump in real quick?
Absolutely.
So let's say we look at a sports almanac or something, and I read somewhere Nolan Ryan's threw 100 miles an hour in this and such and such game. I haven't verified that by myself, right? But that has already been verified, and it's been written down in that book because it's been verified in that specific game. They probably used one of those radars to clock the speed, so it's already been verified. I didn't have to verify that for myself because it's already been verified.
Yep.
Okay, so verification is not. So, and now you're just saying that verification can be somebody just telling me a lie.
No.
Well, yeah, it is because you don't.
Okay.
You don't know. Like, we agree.
Okay, hold on.
Hang on.
No,
How about
no,
this?
please, let me finish real quick. So if you told me that, yeah, you gave me a piece of paper saying, or you gave me a verified an almanac where it showed that you yourself threw 100 miles an hour, then I would be like, okay, cool. It's in this book that's been verified by other people. Then I would believe it.
But I manipulated the book.
No.
You're saying, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Manipulated though. Now you're just throwing it in there.
You're okay. If you say you read it in a book, therefore it's true. Okay. Now anything I can manipulate a book. It's like the Bible, dude. You're saying, hold on, bro. Calm down.
You can go buy that same book.
Earth. Let him finish. Earth. You gotta let him finish, man. You gotta let him finish.
I'm using the Bible as a comparison because there is a large group of people we all know that say that book is somehow special and they don't need to verify it themselves. The verification is inside the book itself. And you're giving me that same.
I don't go by the Bible though.
But you're giving me that same argument. You're saying this almanac. Yes, you are. You see the Bible? Hold on. Do you agree?
Almanac.
Wow, dude, it's very difficult to talk to you. Do you do this in real life?
Both of you guys got to
keep
calm
going.
down now. Yep.
Many people have verified what's ever in an almanac. Not now the Bible is different.
But people
the Bible
verified it.
Is not an almanac.
But there are people that say they have verified the Bible.
Well, they're fucking wrong.
Okay, well, and I would say that about Nolan Ryan's game that's written down in your almanac.
Okay.
Do you not see how that's the same?
Guys,
No.
stop. Hang on. I will distinguish between the two of what both you guys have said. This is the difference between right to hand. If I say Nolan Ryan pitched 103-mile-an-hour fastball, that is me giving you a knowledge claim. That knowledge claim is not a fact until I've either shown you the almanac, showed you the gun reading, or showed you the video of the gun reading while he's doing it. Those are verifications of my knowledge claim. Now, if you're going to say that you can't do it that way, or you can only do it through experiences, then what you're saying is even with all those verified knowledge claims, you still can't verify it unless you were sitting in the bleachers and watched him do it holding the gun. So therefore, Nolan Ryan could have never have thrown a 103-mile pitch unless you were there. That's what you're saying.
Well, my argument is
even if you've done that, you could still come back and say, well, how do we know the gun was calibrated correctly? You could continue going on and saying, oh, well, what about this? What about this? At some point, you have to be like, okay, yeah, it's been verified.
No, you don't. At some point, you have to admit, yeah, I have beliefs. And this is what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Just admit it.
Oh, what's wrong with that? Yes, I believe the freaking radar gun is telling me that it's right. What's wrong with
Christians,
that?
And Christians, nothing's wrong with that. I'm just saying, you believe that, and Christians believe in God.
Now, here's the thing.
I don't believe in God, though.
Hang on, Earth.
I'm saying Christians do.
Right
just like you believe in that almanac.
Right the hand.
I do.
Hang on. You believe that your version of verification explains your experiences. You understand that, right?
No, I don't believe my experiences. I experience them.
Then how do you verify your experiences are true?
By experiencing them. How do you when you drop a rock again? We drop the rock in reality. How do we know that's true?
Okay, I'm not gonna go away from this because this is
Me either.
and I want to make.
How do we know reality is true? Is what you're asking.
So what I'm gonna ask you exactly. So how does the right to hand verify anything?
We've already gone over how reality is verified through the experience of reality.
Okay,
I've said that many times.
Yes, you have 100%. And now I'm going to do something that I want to make very clear. So it's not like a gotcha or nothing else. I am going to run you down your same line of thinking. How do you verify that your experiences are reality?
Because you experience them. What am I experiencing? I'm experienced. So hold on. You asked me. Let me finish.
Yes, sir.
So you asked me, how do we know that when I go outside and drop a rock that we're experiencing dropping a rock? We'll go outside, we'll drop the rock, we'll experience it. And then you're going to look at me and go, how do we know that just happened?
Okay, now verify to me it happened.
You're arguing with reality. So the argument's not with me.
I am.
Yeah. Okay. So then don't. Okay. No. Hold on.
But what you're doing is you're telling everyone here that reality can only be dictated on what you can experience and verify for yourself. So I asked you the simple question: how do you verify that your experiences are the true reality that is happening?
Again,
very simple question.
This question this question you need to ask reality. Don't ask me. You're going because you need to go outside and go. Yeah, hold on. Let me get it out. You need to go outside, experience everything that's outside, and then ask outside, how do I know this is real? Don't ask me how you know it's real, right? Like you need to find your own reality proof. If you have videos, like that works for you. You see a video, now anything on the video is real. That's fine for you. Me, I need to experience it because people lie. People try and say Bigfoot's real with videos. People try and say the Bible's real with a book. People do all sorts of crazy things. So I just don't accept what people say. I just accept what I experience. And if you don't want to accept what you experience and accept what people say.
Stop, Omni. Hang on. So what now we have established is one thing to be true, that you believe your reality is true. It's still
no beliefs. I don't need to believe reality is true. I just go out there and believe it. I just experience it outside.
Perfect. Then verify to me your experiences are true.
I can't verify my experiences to you. You can't experience my experiences. We can go outside and I can drop a rock that we can both experience. We can both experience the rock dropping, but you can't experience my experience of the rock dropping, right?
Yeah, exactly. Which means
therefore
anything you say to me is a knowledge claim, and anything that you experience, interpret is still a knowledge claim. It is not verification.
No, it's verified to me.
Nope.
Through my senses.
No. You just believe.
No.
You verified it.
Senses aren't believing.
Okay. Verify it then.
No.
Verify it to me right now.
Again, we just went over how you can't experience my experiences.
You're right. So therefore, your experiences
you have to experience your experiences.
Which means your experiences are your own knowledge claim that you can only verify through your belief that you verified them, because I can't verify them. Yes, that's exactly what it means.
No, I can't. Exactly. No, I can't experience something for you.
You're right.
Okay, so therefore, since I verify something through my experiences and my senses. So that means since I verify through my senses, I can't have you get into my head, experience my senses to verify to you. I can't do that.
So, okay, which means your verifications are just beliefs because they are only knowledge claims to me.
No, because because I can, again, I'm not trying to convince you of anything, right? In my worldview, when I drop a rock, the only way I would know a rock falls was because I experienced it falling. In your worldview, you can experience a rock floating without actually experiencing it floating. That's why I don't, an astronaut lets go of something and it just stays right alongside him and all these things like that. That's not what we experience.
Yeah, we do. It's still falling.
Yeah, it is. He's right.
In a circle? Falling in a circle?
Yep. It's still falling.
So you would experience something falling in a circle.
Nope. No, hang on. I want to make it clear. I want to make this very clear so that it doesn't get tied up in the weeds. You ready for this? No, it does not fall in a circle. It is perpetually falling around Earth.
Well, what shape, if you tracked its path, what shape would it make?
An orbital path.
Would that be a straight line or a circle?
How can you track the path?
Your perspective.
A circular path? So it's falling in a circle.
FYI, this is going.
Yeah, because you're making a claim that doesn't exist in reality.
Okay, so
falling
you don't
in a circle doesn't exist in reality, dude. If you want to believe it does, fine, man.
Okay. Is there a trajectory? Hang on. Is there a trajectory when I throw a ball?
That doesn't mean you can throw the ball and it never falls down. Come on, dude.
Okay, so I can't. Okay, can I throw a ball over a wall that has a trajectory to get over that wall?
Sure. That doesn't mean you can throw it in a complete circle around yourself.
Now, if I were to do this with reference to being in space, and I were to throw something over the edge of the horizon, essentially, it would perpetually fall around Earth. Correct?
No, you'd have to demonstrate that.
Okay, throw a ball over a brick wall. There's
it falls to the ground.
To get it over.
Have you ever thrown a rock and it doesn't hit the ground?
What happens when there's no ground to land on?
Oh, show me no ground in reality.
Space.
Looking up, what's under the sky? The ground.
No. Wait, in space, there's no up or down.
So show me no up or down in reality.
Go somewhere where there's not a reference.
I can show you.
Is there ever not a reference in? Is there ever not a reference in reality?
I can. Yeah. I can show
in
you.
space.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we're not there. So you keep going to a place that doesn't exist to verify what you can't demonstrate.
No,
we're in space. On Earth. You can do it on Earth. It's easy.
Okay.
Even RPH could do it.
Show me a circular falling path on Earth.
So I can show you no up or down on Earth.
Oh, you can show me no up or down. So we go to where's there no up or down?
Yeah,
I would love to see where up stops.
I do not think. I think you are lying. You do not want to see it. You desperately.
Yeah, I would love to see the line where up stops.
I would like all the in between to stop, and I'd like for you to explain this because I would love for you to show me where on Earth there is no up or down.
I will. So you are familiar with the density towers, right? Where the up and down that you are going to sorts between the denser things on the bottom and the less dense liquids on the top. Yeah, you've heard of those, RTH?
Density layers, absolutely.
Okay,
that's not up or down.
Sure, it is.
No, it's not.
Which way does the density? Which way does the density sort?
No.
Hold on.
A jar with liquids in it is not up or down.
The sorting of the density fluids is up and down.
You're showing me, but what you're what you're showing me is a jar, and saying this jar is up or down, and I'm saying no, that's not up or down. So shaking the jar or doing anything to the jar is not manipulating up and down.
I'm not.
So when you hold on, let me get, bro. Can you stop over talking me, dude?
Well, if you
look, man, like I'm gonna just start calling out your lack of self-control if you're just gonna make this about your lack of self-control.
Guys, everyone.
Not guys, it's Omnivore.
Hang on. Go ahead, right then.
Okay. So do we agree that shaking a jar with liquids in it is not manipulating up and down?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Okay, great. So if you manipulate a jar with liquids in it, you're not manipulating up and down, right?
I am.
Okay. Can I say something real quick? Please?
Go ahead. I mean,
which way? Which way will the liquid be? Will it be at the top of the jar or at the bottom?
Again, that liquid and those jars have nothing to do with up and down.
They do.
Will the liquid be at the top of the jar or will it be at the bottom of the jar? No matter when you shake it.
NPCs just keep repeating the same question because they can't have a conversation. They can only have scripted conversations, and now they're just interrupting.
You can answer the simple question. Will the liquid be at the bottom of the jar or at the top?
You can't answer.
Okay, but that is irrelevant to up and down.
This is ridiculous. I have no idea why.
Yeah, it is because you're trying to say he manipulated up and down.
No, we're not yet.
First of all, let's make one thing straight. Density columns is not a manipulation of up or down. It is also not a situation where up and down does not happen on Earth because the density. Okay, that's what you were trying to. So, is this going to show where there is no up or down on Earth? Okay,
yes.
Go ahead.
Yes,
continue.
See, the thing is, what RTH knows is he's cornered, and he desperately doesn't want me.
No, stop the meta. Stop the meta.
Well, I'm going to because he's doing.
No, you're not going to, Omni. I want you to talk about what you said you were going to do. I don't care about your commentary in your head about him. I don't at all. I don't give a fuck at all about that shit. So if you want to explain there's no up and down on Earth, then go right the fuck ahead.
So it turns out, are you familiar with this airplane called the Vomit Comet?
Yes.
Okay. Did you explain to RTH what the vomit comet does? Why?
No,
Why is
you're
that?
going to explain because this
I
is
know what
your
it is,
explanation.
dude.
Okay.
It doesn't
It
matter.
falls
Just continue
The,
on.
the vomit comet goes up and it goes into free fall, which means that during free fall, there is no up and down. And you will see a density column on that vomit comet no longer sort by the density in the up and down that you are clinging to. This is because in free fall, the materials are moving in a
What direction are you going in free fall?
So from whose perspective?
From any perspective in the vomit comet.
So from the perspective of the object in the density tower, they are at rest.
In reference to what?
From their perspective to everything.
The plane doing what?
The plane is in free fall.
Going what direction?
Is moving in a geodesic.
Then you're not showing a place on Earth that
Yes.
doesn't have an up or down.
I am.
Okay. The ISS. Is
So-
the ISS always falling down?
No.
So it's floating there?
It's moving in a geodesic. So
Is it so you're telling me, hang on, you're telling me that the ISS isn't always falling around Earth?
Well, you can certainly say that, but I would say that it
No, wait. You can not only certainly say it,
All
it
right.
is what it's fucking doing.
Okay.
The geodesic is only the path that the ISS takes. It's not what the ISS is doing.
If you insist on asking me yes or no questions, okay?
I didn't ask you a yes or no question.
Okay.
I explained something just now. You understand that, right? You understand that the ISS is falling around Earth all the time. The geodesic that you keep talking about only describes the path, not what it's doing.
Well, the path is what it's doing.
The geodesic is the path shown that it is taking. What it is doing is not a geodesic. The path is geodesic. It is falling around Earth. It is not. You can say that it is what it is.
So let me finish. Let me finish the point. As we all know, when under what we experience as normal gravitational fields, the density tower will sort itself from the least dense on the top to the most dense on the bottom. However, and that gives us an up and down. That gives us the direction towards gravity and towards the center of gravity and away from the center of gravity, which is how we define up and down. Right? That is accurately how these things would how we determine these things, how we define the determination of these things. So it turns out that when you are in free fall, what you rely upon, what you define, experience as up and down, doesn't exist anymore. And you can see it in the way that the density tower unsorts itself while it is in free fall. So that is a place, within the atmosphere of the Earth. It's not on the ground, but within the atmosphere of the Earth, where.
So it's not on Earth. So it's, I guess you could equivalent it to the ISS as well.
So wait a minute. So we don't define a balloon as being on Earth. Okay. I mean, that's how you're gonna.
Well, I'm not sure if you remembered or not, but we were talking about the ISS and we were talking about it free falling constantly, perpetually free falling. We were discussing this very clearly. You then stated that you had an example of somewhere on Earth where there was no up or down.
Not up at the ISS level.
I'm going to say, at the ISS level. Okay. Well, I can say that the vomit comet is what it's doing is emulating what the ISS is doing. Am I wrong?
It's not. What do you mean by emulating?
It is giving the same effects that the ISS does on the vomit comet. Free weightlessness, free fall, like you keep saying.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
But this will happen. Let me just be real clear.
Okay. Wait. Hang on. I want to make this very clear. Is there an up or down on the ISS?
No.
Okay, whatever.
Well, I mean, show me that there is. But this will happen in your kitchen if you have a bottle that's half full of water and you drop it. It will cease to have the water inside will cease to have an up and down alignment. It will no longer conform to the bottom of the bottle.
Is there gravity on the ISS?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Well, they say microgravity. Depending on what you mean by is
Okay.
there gravity.
So yeah, okay. Do they float in fucking space?
They do. They float in space.
Oh my fucking god! No, they don't float in space. Jesus Christ. Okay, if okay, fucking A.
Yeah, I guess it
If an
depends on what you
astro-
mean
How
by
about this?
do they
How about this?
float?
How about this? If an astronaut just didn't push off, just let go from outside after whatever time does not matter. After whatever time, would the astronaut end up back on Earth?
Not necessarily. Where's the
Jesus
astronaut
fucking-
starting? Where's the astronaut starting?
At the ISS.
Okay, so you're asking is would the orbit decay?
Why would wait? What causes orbital decay?
So orbital decay is
Oh, I don't need you to tell me what orbital decay is. Just tell me what causes
generally
it.
caused by drag.
Okay,
don't get triggered.
and there's something else that matters to this. That's very important. What else? Drag in.
Its initial starting vector.
So you mean gravity?
No, I mean its initial starting vector. So if it won't decay, you can have a orbit that will actually escape the Earth and continue going.
What does it need to do that? I want to make sure you understand what you're talking about. Because if for an object, okay, let's make sure because you don't sound like you do. So an object
read your mind.
to
I
leave,
can read
so
your
an
mind.
an object. Yeah, I don't care. This is my stream. I'm going to say what's on my mind.
Go ahead.
So an object to leave its orbital path needs to do what?
Okay. So what you're thinking, because I
No,
read
I
minds
don't
over
care.
CIP.
No,
I'm
what does
explaining
it?
to you. I'm
What does
answering
it?
you.
No, you're telling me what I think, and I don't care what you think. I don't care. I'm asking you a question. The question is what does it take for an object to leave its orbital path?
So what you're thinking of is escape velocity.
No, I know what the fuck it is.
You're thinking of escape
I'm not
velocity.
asking for clarification. I'm asking you questions. So what I need you to do is just answer them.
Was the
What does
answer
it
escape
take?
velocity?
What does it take for an object to leave its orbital path?
Oh, so it has to have enough of a vector, starting vector and direction, the speed and direction, to overcome the planet's gravitational field. That is called escape velocity, and that is what you were thinking of. And you were
It's not. Look. It's not what. It's stop playing this. What I'm thinking of. This is just logic thinking, basic.
Well,
thinking,
you could
basic understanding. Because you have said some really ridiculous fucking things, but then you sit here acting as if you're going to tell me how I think and how I fucking should think and how things are, and you're wrong. I'm going to make this very fucking clear. If an astronaut lets go of the ISS, and I even made this clear without pushing off, so there's no thought that this astronaut is suddenly fucking reaching fucking escape velocity. What would happen? The reason the fucking astronaut would end up back on Earth over a long period of time or short, I don't know the exact time, so it doesn't fucking matter, is because two things: drag, gravity. You don't want to say it for some fucking reason. I'm going to say you're thinking because you think you're worried about this weird gotcha that I'm going to get you on. And because you misspoke, but you don't want to admit it. See how ridiculous that part is? So I'm just going to get to the point. The ISS is always fucking falling. It is not floating. The people that are in it are always under microgravity. The fact that the ISS is falling around Earth is the reason that they get the quote unquote weightlessness, but it is not actually weightlessness because they are not floating. They are always falling.
So that's actually, I would like to agree with you, but unfortunately that's not actually true.
Okay, then you go ahead and explain it.
Okay. So what we're talking about here is a distinction between the Newtonian worldview and the Einsteinian worldview. In terms of Newton, I agree that they are falling. However, because we're dealing with free fall explicitly and orbit, we are not, innately using the Newtonian worldview. So allow me to explain. If you were to rewrite or restate the first law of motion, it would be something like an object without forces acting on it will continue to move in a geodesic unless geodesic unless otherwise acted upon by an outside force. Something would be something like that more than at rest, remain at rest, etc. So what that means is that when an object is in free fall in Einsteinian mechanics, this is pure, Einstein. It is at rest. Okay, has no force acting on it.
No.
Yes.
I mean, sort of, but no.
No. Yes.
The object is in motion. It's in constant motion because it's in free fall. Now,
So-
relative to the object, it may seem that it's at rest, but the object itself
Still
is in motion.
This is this is the elevator this is the same thing as the elevator paradox that you're trying to put forth.
No,
But
no.
it doesn't work in this analogy.
No, it-
Seriously, I don't know what. Yeah, it is. I don't know why you're doing it.
Because I actually understand this stuff and I can explain what's going on here.
No, you obviously can't because you're not doing a very good job of it.
Well, I'm
try again.
So that object, according to the Einstein worldview, which is, as we know, well tested and validated, is at rest. So what that means is that it is moving, as I said, restating the first law, in a geodesic. All right. So that's the framework that we're using. That's if you want to mix Newtonian and Einstein worldviews, then yes, you're going to get stuff like what you said, and that's easy to understand or conceptualize, but it's not actually.
It's reality.
It's not actually what relativity says.
The object is falling. Period.
You can say it's falling, and that's
You can,
fine.
yeah, it's not. No. Here's the best part. It's not. I can say it's falling. It is falling, and then your explanation is to explain why it's not falling because of.
So
there's a difference. Because
that.
when I'm saying the reality is what's happening, the reason for why when I say and even in the vomit comet they are still falling is because the reality of it is they are. Trying to emulate something does not change the reality. It just emulates something else.
It's not emulating anything. It's not emulation.
Okay, so the vomit comet. So the vomit comet isn't trying to give you the same feeling and effect that the ISS has, the ISS isn't falling around Earth perpetually.
So it is using.
Okay.
Oh, you won't let me answer. So it's not trying to give you the same effect. It is actually giving you the same effect, just with a lot more drag than the ISS has.
Okay,
and
is the
from
ISS
a
falling?
much lower altitude.
Is
So
the ISS falling?
I'm sure you perceive it as falling. However, from the Einsteinian
Okay,
worldview,
is the ISS falling? Is a question. Yes or no? This is a yes or no.
It depends on how you define falling.
Okay, so you want to play the game, so you're going to say no, even though it is. Okay, got it.
I can explain. I can explain the relativity. So
I don't need you
complicated.
to. I don't need you to. It's the best part is it's really not that complicated. You're just trying to make it complicated.
I'm not trying to make it complicated.
Okay, does the ISS fall? Is it falling around Earth?
It depends on how you define falling.
Is it constantly missing? Is it constantly missing fucking Earth?
Yes, it is constantly missing Earth.
As it falls around it.
From your perspective, yes.
Oh my! From everyone's perspective, from the ISS's perspective, from Earth's perspective.
So, like I said, I can actually explain this if you just let me talk a little bit.
I just want be more honest about it, and I'm probably more willing for you to explain it because all you're doing is going no.
I'm being 100% honest. So, when an object is falling, do you think a force is acting on it? Let's start there.
Absolutely.
What force?
Gravity.
Okay. Are you familiar with an accelerometer? What an accelerometer is? I assume you are.
Absolutely.
Okay, so when I drop an accelerometer, what force does it detect when it's falling?
Gravity.
Does it detect the force?
Yes, it detects the acceleration due to the force.
It actually doesn't, Sean.
It detects the acceleration due to the force. It doesn't? Okay, so what is it measuring?
If you drop an accelerometer, it reads 0.
Correct. And when it hits the ground, Earth is like.
Why does it fall though? Is it still falling?
Oh, of course it's still falling, but it doesn't register.
Why is it falling? Okay, why is it falling?
It's falling
because of the force of gravity, but it doesn't register a force.
Thank you. So then I didn't answer incorrectly. Go ahead. Keep going.
It's falling.
Okay. Ask me. Let's start over. Let's start over. Ask me the same way you asked me. Go ahead.
Okay. What force does a accelerometer detect when it's falling?
That's not what you said.
When you drop an accelerometer, what force does it detect?
What's that? No, you said what force is acting on it. I said gravity.
Okay, what force is acting on it? Fine. That's right. So yeah. So, but it's not. That's not true.
Okay, so when you drop a fucking accelerometer, why is it dropping? Why doesn't it just float there?
Because it is moving in a geodesic through curved space-time.
You asked me a fucking question. I answered it, and you told me I was wrong, even though that's
because you are wrong.
Okay.
Unfortunately, and I don't say that with glee. This is a complicated
so you drop something.
issue.
So when I say you drop, okay, well, let's make it very clear. Gravity is a force to me, and what I said makes it correct.
Right.
Am I wrong in the fact? Is it wrong in how I said it?
Yes.
Okay, so if gravity is a force to me, and you say I drop an accelerometer, and you say why is the accelerometer drop? I say gravity. You say no. Am I wrong?
Yes.
How?
Because the accelerometer is designed to detect forces acting on it.
Okay, let's do this one more time.
detect
Oh my fucking God.
force.
Ask me the fucking, okay, I want to ask, this time I'm going to say, ask me the same question you did. I'll clarify the question you asked me, and I'll clarify how you fucking should answer it.
You're talking past each other.
Nope. He's asked me a question. I've answered it. He talks past me to say I'm wrong in how I answered it. The problem is you asked me if you drop something, what force is acting on it? I said gravity, and you said nope. Well, you should have asked me. What you should have asked me is what does an accelerometer measure? Right?
No, well, accelerometer.
Then it would have been. Then it would have been the geodesic. Then it would have been this geodesic path you want to talk about. But then I clarified by letting you know that when I talk about gravity, I look at it as a force. Now you may not, but I can. Not only can I can and still be correct.
So you can be correct in the Newtonian framework. But if you're going
Yep,
to
and that's hey, and it's because I know you don't listen, I'm going to say this very fucking firmly so you understand it. Omnivore, I adhere to gravity as a force. So when we're having these conversations, my understanding is going to explain it to you as a force. So I'm going to ask you again, is what I said wrong?
It is, yes.
Okay, is it wrong if the framework is based on gravity being a force?
Yes.
Okay, then 5 seconds ago you said I wasn't wrong if that's how I thought of it.
Well, you never let me finish.
Okay, let's start over. Am I correct if my framework is that gravity is a force?
Do you want a yes or no answer?
Yes.
No.
Okay, then 5 seconds
Do you
ago
want to
you
know
said
why?
it was.
Do you
Go
want
ahead.
to understand? I can explain it to you. So you can use gravity as a force, and you'll be right in all, and you'll be fine in all, virtually all discussions,
So
except
this
one
example, I am correct.
No,
Correct.
this
Got
is
it.
the one example where you can't do that.
Okay.
Sorry, but that's how this works.
Which one is that? Which one is
a
that?
discussion of free fall.
Okay,
Also discussions about gigantic.
So wait, if I drop,
masses
something, if I drop a fucking bowling ball and a feather in a vacuum, and I fucking measure the rate that it free falls, I can't use Newtonian. Is that what you just told me?
Nope.
Shut the fuck up.
You can predict
so
behavior with
That's
Newtonians.
Dude. I don't even want to hear your shit right now.
You can predict behavior using Newton's law of gravitation. That's fine. But what you can't do is say, I am going
You're so
to
fucking boring now.
The concepts of
You've literally
Newtonian
bored me to
action
death.
to
You
describe.
just want to talk out of your ass, and it's ridiculous, and
I'm not wrong about
insulting.
this. I'm not wrong.
Neither am I. The problem is that I understand that what I'm saying is correct, and just to base your argument, you say I'm wrong, but in your argument, you explain how I'm right. I base gravity. I look at gravity as a force. So when you ask me the questions you asked me, I am correct. You already said I was correct, but to make your argument feel correct to you, you have to continue to say I'm wrong for some fucking odd reason.
Sean, I'm trying my hardest to agree with you.
You're okay. How the fuck do you try your hardest to agree with me by saying I'm wrong?
Because what you're not. Go ahead. What you're not
May I
acknowledging.
interject and ask a clarifying question, please? Are you asserting that because of Einstein's laws of motions, Newton's laws of motions are no longer relevant. Is that what you're trying to explain here?
No. Nope.
Then why am I wrong?
Okay. Because Newton's laws of motion have worked conceptually very well in almost any terrestrial situation except for one, free fall.
Why?
Because in Newtonian, I mean, a number of reasons, but the easiest one to go to is in the Newtonian framework, free fall is defined as, or gravity is defined as a force, and in relativity, it isn't.
You did not answer that fucking question at all. Do you realize that?
That's the answer.
No, you did not answer
No,
that
it
question
wasn't.
fucking at all.
Okay,
That
so
was
what?
bad. Try again. Do it again. Go ahead.
Okay, if you have to define gravity as a force and you're talking about free fall, then you start getting answers that are contradictory.
Why?
Because the way that we measure acceleration using an accelerometer reads nothing in free fall, and because force is equal to mass times acceleration in the Newtonian framework, it therefore means
All
that
you're doing is describing another way that they have decided to measure the force of gravity. Let's ask this question one more time because fucking A, this is so odd. You're saying, okay, so you're telling me that I cannot measure the rate of fall of a bowling ball and a feather free fall in a vacuum.
I'm not telling you that. I'm not telling you
Okay,
that.
so then what you keep saying, okay, then why does you keep saying that you can't? Hey, stop, everyone stop, don't answer. Hang on. Nerd, I appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. He says Omnivore does not understand Newton. That's all.
I have an
That's
iron
what it
grip
seems
on you.
like.
I have an iron
No,
grip
you
on
don't.
I
No,
do.
you can't, because you are sitting here telling us that at the small scale, the local scale, Newton doesn't fucking work.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you fucking are.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, buddy.
I said that if you want to discuss free fall, that's the one case. So let me try this another way.
No. Finish what you said. Finish what you were going to say.
That's the one case where it will lead you astray. Your understanding of
Okay,
free
so
fall.
let me ask you one more fucking time for the contradiction of a century. Can I use Newtonian to measure the rate of fall of two objects in a fucking vacuum?
Yes.
Now, contradict yourself again. Keep going. I love it.
I'm not contradicting myself at all.
Yes, you fuck. Okay, let us try this again. Does Newtonian work when describing free fall?
What do you mean by work? If you mean it can
Does
make
Newtonian?
predictions, if you mean can it make predictions, the answer is yes. If you mean does its understanding match the observed behavior, the answer is no.
Why?
Because
wait. So now you're telling. So now you're telling me. So wait. Now you're telling me that the predictions of Newton and things in free fall don't work.
No, I just said they did work. I said
okay. So then, does Newtonian work with calculating free fall?
It works with calculating the movement of objects, yes, but it does not work in.
Oh my god, this is
Yes,
happening
it
right
does.
now.
It does.
This is happening right now.
Fall. Yes, it does work with free fall.
Well, let me ask you a question, and I can ask that nerd guy too. So when you're in your car and you have your accelerometer, you can drive any direction, north, east, south, or west, and it will. Yeah, I see that nerd. But you drive north, east, south, or west, and your accelerometer will pick up the acceleration in that direction. Yeah. You can launch your car or whatever you have the accelerometer on out of a cannon, and it will measure the acceleration. You can put it into a dive, like a powered dive from an airplane. It'll measure the acceleration down. But there's one case where it won't measure any acceleration, and that's free fall. What's different? What's special about free fall that the accelerometer doesn't measure that acceleration?
Why are you doing this?
I'm asking you that's a good way to look at it. Why doesn't it measure that acceleration?
Why are you avoiding the problem at hand?
I'm not avoiding anything.
Okay. Why do you keep saying shit like Newtonian falls apart when you
I
you
didn't
use it
say
for
it
free
falls.
fall.
I didn't say it
Okay,
falls
then what did you
apart.
say? Keep saying it again because I want you to say it again. I want you to keep. I want
Okay.
you to say it again so we can go down the same line. I want this to be clipped the fuck out by everybody.
Yeah, yeah, no, you should. So when you try to think of gravity as a force, it leads you to the gravity tower that we started discussing. It has this force on it pulling it downwards. That's how you have to conceptualize it in Newtonian forms. And that does not explain, and this is for nerd too, that does not explain why the tower disorders itself.
And it doesn't explain why you said it doesn't fuck. God damn it! This is insane to fucking me. Do you like? Do you? I got a question. I got a serious question. It has nothing to do with the topic.
Okay.
Do you know you're wrong, but you just are so steadfast that you can't say you were?
No,
or do you think you're 100% in everything you're saying right now?
I'm actually very clear that I'm right, and we're talking about an actual test of whether or not I'm right. And you have video of the test that shows that I'm right, and you can't explain your methodology doesn't explain the results of the test, and I can.
I do. You ready? You ready? The plane has to adhere to a specific rate of fall using Newtonian gravity to make that mimicking effect happen inside the plane.
So why does the tower disorder?
Because the plane adheres to Newtonian and is able to mimic things.
So why does the tower disorder?
Because the plane adheres to Newtonian and knows how to null its effects within its innards.
It knows how to what?
Yeah. So a scientist can go, hey, get in that fucking plane, and you need to do this trajectory at this rate of fall to mimic this effect.
Okay. So when you do that trajectory and that rate of fall, why does the tower, the density tower, disorder itself?
Because we know how to use and calculate Newtonian gravity.
Okay, so nerd, can you explain why the tower disorders itself?
No, that's not. No, again, you're asking for something different than you're asking originally. Let me make something very clear to you. Let me make something very clear to you. Newtonian describes free fall extremely fucking well, especially when we're talking with reference with Earth. Because of that, everything I say to you about Newtonian, I am not wrong in. And then you specified that Newtonian does not explain free fall for some odd fucking reason.
It does, though. I'm showing it right here.
Fucking does.
No, it doesn't. So
Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. I have to do this. Got to do it. Again, nerd, thank you again. I appreciate it. He says, how dishonest to say I can't explain it, but ignore the answer I already gave. Gravity acts on every part of the accelerometer equally.
He is correct. Yes.
Okay, then wait, time out. You told me I was wrong when I said that.
No, I didn't tell you were wrong when you said it.
Yes, you fucking did. That's what started this whole argument.
No.
Oh, fuck.
So the fact that gravity, so the question that you have to address, you have to figure out for yourself is, and nerd can probably puzzle it out. I'd be curious to hear his description. Is why does
everyone get ready for the next contradiction? Go ahead.
Why does gravity provide an acceleration that works on every part of the accelerometer uniformly, but no other acceleration that you can produce does? What's different about that?
In what context?
I have a
What
car.
is the context of acceleration that you're talking about that this does not work in?
Any context. So if in a car I can drive in any direction and it'll show me my acceleration. The accelerometer.
Sure, yeah.
But when I go into free fall, suddenly it doesn't show any acceleration. It shows no force acting on it at all. So what's different about gravity? That it doesn't show up on the acceleration, but driving in my car does.
Because the question, okay, the question isn't what does an accelerometer read and why. The question is what's acting on the accelerometer. And it's the same thing as like I said earlier, the fucking elevator paradox. The elevator is the gravity is acting on that elevator, regardless of what you're referencing.
Yeah.
Funny, but
So let's diagram it, right?
It's the relevant question, nerd. It is. That's the relevant question. The question is, what's different about free fall than about any other acceleration? And that is where Newton doesn't have an answer, but Einstein did.
Oh, that's not what I wanted.
That's it. You hit it, nerd. But it is relevant. It's the relevant question.
This is crazy. This whole situation has gotten out of control. This is insane.
Well, if you look into the let's see, what would you do? So you could do coordinate versus proper acceleration, but that's going to be kind of complicated.
No, we're gonna walk through this elevator thing so you can understand what's going on here.
I do. Okay.
So we can all be on the same page about this.
Okay.
I agree.
So we've got this elevator, right?
Mm-hmm. Or spaceship in deep space.
We'll get
Not
there.
playing infinite regress. It is. The question is why is gravity a different acceleration than any other acceleration?
You got your pulley system.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got your tension here.
Mm-hmm.
You've got your force of gravity here. Okay. Your constant, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've got your relative here. What other forces are going on? Let's just map it out. Take it step by step. Old school, college physics style. So what else is going on here?
I'm okay with that. There may be some other friction due to drag or the bearings.
Yeah. So our friction is right here. Friction. Tension of the rope, right?
Well, also it may have bearings in tracks on the side, depending on how the elevator is constructed. But sure, I'll have air drag due to air.
All right. Which way? Up, down. So we've got gravity, downward force there. We've got our tension here on the rope.
Mm-hmm.
We've got some upward acceleration, right, because of drag.
Or it could be downward acceleration. I would leave out drag personally.
Why are we leaving out drag?
Because it's more complicated.
Well,
drag will
I'd like to welcome Nerd to the panel.
Oh, I'm glad to see Nerd here. That is excellent.
Good. That means I don't have to try to do this shit.
I'm gonna be so entertained by watching you try.
I mean, I kind of tried, right? Like the whole time he's talking about free fall and stuff, and how I'm not understanding how you're saying that Einstein's concepts of gravity are okay, but Newtonian's concepps of laws of gravity are not okay.
All right, so let me try from the start.
And more specifically to understand is that we are very much so talking about this reference of Earth, which is very important in this conversation.
Okay. All right. So
because my understanding of this, right, is that Einstein states that celestial bodies warp space around itself, and that is creating the constant free fall, right? Because that warping is asymptotic. Right, because it's warping into infinity, whatever. And then you have the gravitational pull that is relative of the bodies surrounding Earth that are also in free fall.
Hang on, I want to.
So you have a pull here.
Hang on, Tex.
You have a pull here.
Hang on.
You have a pull
Were you trying to talk at all, Nerd? I'm not sure. I just want to make sure. If you are, we don't hear you. Let me know in the private chat that you are trying.
Hi.
Okay. Yep, we're good.
I'm just letting Tex explain what he wants to say.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure you're good. Go ahead, Tex. I'm sorry.
That's it. I was just trying to explain my understanding of what this is, right? So y'all are free to correct or adjust accordingly.
I wouldn't draw the gravity well around it like that, because that is essentially a 3D representation of a I don't want to say a 4D phenomenon, although that's technically true.
It's
but
the gravity well is an infinite direction, infinite locations of the in reality is what he's
well,
trying to say around Earth.
it's pushing. It's okay. So it's all directions in. So it's like a spherical magnet attracting things from every direction, not just from
I
the
would
top
not
or
say
bottom.
it like that. Don't say that. Why would you say that? That was so weird.
Well, because people
The magnet part.
understand that a magnetic attraction doesn't really have like top and bottom.
Yeah, but when you do that, it sounds super fucking weird. It sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. Just saying.
So we've got our expansion of the universe, right? And that's almost cornucopic. At least of our, if we're thinking up this from not like a 4D thought process. I didn't want to go that deep into this conversation, I don't think. We want to just discuss like relative to Earth, how does Newton's laws affect free fall versus how does Einstein's laws affect free fall?
And why suddenly we can't use Newton?
You can
Yeah.
use Newton,
Why not
but
Newton?
it will lead you.
Oh my
lead
God.
you astray in a comprehensive.
At what point?
understanding.
At what point?
When
Because
you
this is insane that you keep fucking saying this. It's like you contradict yourself.
It leads you astray in how you conceptualize free fall.
Oh my God.
Nerd, can you clarify this for us at all?
Yes. So
Please.
can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
So I agree with Sean. This is overcomplicating things. So you totally don't need general relativity to explain why we have microgravity on the ISS, for instance. You can just apply Newton's law of universal gravitation appropriately. And this is the outcome that is expected because, as I wrote, gravity acts on every part of the object homogeneously in Newtonian theory. And this is why you cannot detect it with an accelerometer or with two objects that are floating in the ISS next to one another. There is a tiny bit of difference in the acceleration. So over time, you will see a bit of movement, but this is why it's called microgravity, not zero gravity, technically. So what Omnivore is saying now is that this is not a satisfactory explanation, and that is subjective in my opinion. The math works, that is the fact, and you don't need to go into these deeper explanations about why does gravity do this and why it's the only force that acts homogeneously on every massive object, in my opinion.
Okay, so I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, I don't find his well, I can't leave GR out of it because I want to make sure that we're talking about what started this. So, Nerd, were you here for the density tower part of the discussion?
Yes.
Okay, so why does the density tower? Maybe you can answer this. Sean was unable to give me like a concrete answer. He just said we can mimic whatever we see in the ISS. But
Same explanation.
okay, so
Gravity.
you can't give a better. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I did. Same explanation. It acts on every part of the fluid homogeneously, and that's why there is no relative acceleration of one part of the liquid towards another. And yes, you get some mixing that is due to other factors. For instance, you give it a little bump and then things start to move. And then because they have electrostatic repulsion between the atoms and so on. But this is there is no organizing force like if you have it standing on the Earth, for instance, the density tower.
That I 100% agree with. There is no organizing force. So that organizing force, which is gravity, the gravitic effect that we have on the Earth that makes a plumb line go from up where I'm holding it to down where the plumb is, right? That organizing force is no longer applying to the gradient tower.
Yeah.
Okay, so what that means, Sean, is that there's not an up and down for that gradient tower.
Again, in reference to only inside there, still factored into the situation, is what I've been saying this whole time. You have to get the plane into that trajectory and free fall to mimic these things.
But will any free fall do it, or just one kind of free fall?
A free fall calculated using Newtonian equations. How
Okay,
about
but
that?
if I drop it in my kitchen, will it no longer have that up and down?
Not enough time.
Okay, so that's not true. So nerd,
Not enough time.
if I drop it in my kitchen for whatever period of time it is in free fall,
Yeah.
it will no longer have that up and down organizing force.
It will no longer have the force. What I think Sean is saying is that there's not enough time for the liquids to mix.
Oh, they may not mix, but it will no longer have, the minute it hits free fall, it will no longer have that effect acting on it.
Well, free fall, well, force is still acting on it.
Nope. It no longer has that organizing
Okay.
effect.
Show me it doing that just sitting somewhere.
Not sitting somewhere, it has to be in free fall.
Exactly. It has to be in a trajectory of free fall, correct?
Well,
and all I'm saying is that gravity, the force, is acting on the situation. That's all I'm saying.
So, right, except that Einstein explains to us that during free fall, it is at rest, and that is why. And that is why there is no no organizing effect.
Now I'm going to explain this to you. I want to explain to this. I want to explain to you. I want to explain to you why your argument. Hang on. This is the problem with your argument. This is the main problem I see with your argument, and I need you to understand this very clearly. I am not a smart person. I completely understand that my understanding of general relativity is extremely fucking limited. So what I have done is I have adhered to looking at gravity as a force, period. I know general relativity works. I'm not saying that at all. I can even understand a lot, some of it. But what I'm trying to explain to you is this, that general relativity, its explanation is not explained here on Earth. Einstein explained this as take the reference out of it. This is what's happening with objects when objects interact with each other. It's not a situation that you can tell me I'm wrong in this scenario. If you want to go into the middle of the universe, then we can start talking. If you want to talk about an object that is in the middle of the fucking universe and I'm referencing here, then we can start talking about how I'm wrong. But everything I'm saying is correct, and you're just trying to find a way that I'm wrong about it.
No.
Yeah.
I promise you I'm not. So
you are. I'm telling you you are.
This is important. There's a reason why it's important. There's a reason why it's important and why it's relevant. I know. But the reason why it's relevant is when you're talking about gravity, especially in like the flat Earth debate space, okay? What will happen is people who have no understanding of general relativity, but unlike you, think it's fake. Okay, there's a difference. You don't think it's fake. You're just not claiming to be the Einsteinian GR master, which is fine. But people who think it's fake will dance back and forth between the two of them, trying to call out contradictions. And
yeah, the problem is when you play the back and forth game and have to start trying to figure out where they contradict each other is where they start stepping on your toes. You need to understand that what I'm doing is how you need to handle it. On the Earth, Newtonian, perfectly fine. And even better than that, my Newtonian is way easier to verify and explain to someone who doesn't understand general relativity or gravity at all. That's what you need to understand. You're trying to over-explain something to people who don't understand the basic. And that's why you don't get anywhere.
Exactly. May I make a point?
Go ahead.
So the Apollo missions. Okay, I think most of us can agree that they happened and so on. At least here in the room. So the Apollo missions, first of all, they were calculated using Newtonian mechanics, even though general relativity was already well established in the field of physics.
Absolutely.
Yes, and not only that, but they didn't even apply Newtonian mechanics exactly, or as exactly as possible. They used a simplification that's called patched conics. That's basically a simplification where you treat it as a patchwork of two-body problems instead of an n-body problem.
Yep.
And it worked.
Yeah, I agree.
It was not the best possible or the most accurate way, but it was good enough, and that's why we use Newtonian mechanics. That's why why they used even patched conics as an approximation.
Do they only use Newtonian mechanics for GPS?
No, but that's a different thing.
Well,
I'm not
it
saying
is a different thing.
no. Wait. I'm not saying that general relativity is not sometimes important. Of course it is. For instance, it makes no sense to talk about a black hole in Newtonian mechanics. But if you just want to explain how the ISS goes about the orbit and why the bubble of water floats in front of the face of the astronaut, then you don't need this stuff. We don't have to go to the nanometer precision here or something. This is just about the basics.
That I agree with that.
Yeah.
But if you demand that I answer a question as to whether or not somebody is falling or not, and I say, well, free fall is an Einsteinian reference being at rest, that's also correct. So if you're trying to force me to answer a yes or no question, and I'm going to be like, well, no, I'm not going to subscribe to your meaning. I am also correct to say that. In fact, in some ways, more correct, because the way that we measure that acceleration using an accelerometer shows the accelerometer being at rest.
Yeah, but wait. It was not just about answering the question. You specifically said that Jean-G's understanding was wrong.
Yep.
I said that you will be misled about whether or not just a second.
I'm sorry, Omni. Hang on, Omni. You said I was incorrect with the way I thought about it.
Yes.
But I'm not. I am 100% on par.
If you were 100% on par, the accelerometer would show a downward acceleration called.
Oh my God! You're talking. Dude. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're doing right now. But the reality is, okay, Omni, you do not have to say I'm right. It's okay. You don't. You don't have to say.
Look into accelerometers. Just when you have some spare time, look it up.
Hey, Omni, look into giraffes, man. That's what you're doing right now. You're bypassing the point and going, look at this. Look, squirrel.
No, that is the point. The point is that we have this way of measuring. So nerd. I think.
Hang on, watch this.
Real quick.
I just want to clarify. I want to clarify this for everyone. Watch this. Omni, am I wrong in my thinking?
I don't think you're wrong in your thinking.
Stop contradicting yourself, first of all.
I think
that's
your
number one problem.
Your conclusion.
Wait, what?
What the fuck? So
now you're contradicting yourself inside the same sentences.
No. I think your thinking is okay. Like from your perspective, I think this all makes sense, and I think that it's a intelligent way to think.
It's not. That's not my perspective. That's not mine. That's Newtonian, not my perspective. Newtonian.
Okay. Whatever. But I think that your adherence to wanting to talk about Newtonian and then force the free fall discussion into the Newtonian frame is a mistake. I think that will lead you to say things that are not true from the perspective of the best science we have available.
Hold on.
The problem. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Can I talk?
No, go ahead. Yep.
You said earlier that specifically Newton does not work with free fall. Do you even understand how Newton's universal law of gravitation came about?
Yeah, I mean, I have.
Yeah, so how does that not completely debunk your point there?
Because it describes gravity as a force, and it is a force that we do not detect using the tools that we have to detect it. And in fact, we detect the opposite.
No, let me explain it. So what Newton's idea was, very simply, we have the thought experiment with the apple. He saw the apple falling, and he knew that planets move about the sun. That was pretty well established at the time. And then he had this idea: what if the cause of the apple falling to the earth and the course of the planets going around the sun is the same. And that's how he came up with the theory, with the law of universal gravitation.
Yes.
And then he showed that Kepler's laws, which were also well established at the time, can be essentially, with a few refinements, derived from his law.
Yes. Agreed.
Yes. So, but the planets around the sun, are they not in free fall?
They are.
See, so Newton.
So, nerd, I have a
Newton's
question.
theory
I have
is
a question for
completely
you.
about free fall.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you. You sound like you're up on this stuff. So, a planet is moving around the sun in a ellipse. Yeah.
Yeah, in the two bodies.
A two-body problem. Yeah, a two-body problem. It's moving in an ellipse, and elliptical motion is defined in physics as an acceleration. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
let me answer. In an inertial reference frame, which is what Newtonian mechanics is originally about.
What we're talking about now, we're talking about a two-body problem where I have the Earth zooming around the sun.
It's not relevant to this. It's just I'm just trying to answer
you know the answer though, don't you, nerd? You know
So
the
what
answer.
you're doing? Hang on.
Hold on. Let me quickly respond to that, please. He says he's uncomfortable with yes or no questions, and I can't get an entire sentence out to, and I just have to say yes or no. That's a little bit hypocritical in my opinion.
Go ahead.
Okay, so yes, with the two-body problem, if you want to be technical with Newton, then the planet traces an ellipse around one of the foci. Where the sun. Sorry, let's start again. It traces an ellipse where one of the foci is the barycenter of the system.
Agreed.
Okay. Because the sun is much more massive than the planets, the sun is much closer to the barycenter, so we can also basically ignore the difference between barycenter and the center of the sun.
Sure. Agreed.
And technically there are more planets, but unless they get close to one another, it doesn't really matter. It's still basically an ellipse. You can find some differences with a magnifying glass.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's my answer. Okay.
So is the planet accelerating in constant acceleration around the sun?
Yes.
Okay. So shouldn't that acceleration have been detected by Michelson-Morley?
No.
Why not?
Absolutely not. Michelson-Morley is not about acceleration even. It's about detecting velocity.
Well, it's about detecting the ether around a moving Earth, but we should be able to detect it with Michelson-Pearson-Gale or other.
No. You're conflating revolution with rotation.
No.
These are...
No. I'm not. I promise you, I'm not.
No. So... Your promise doesn't mean anything because you are.
Well, okay. So what's your background, nerd alert? Do you have a side? What's your side?
No. First, if you ask that question, then start with your background.
My background is computer science, and I got to like physics 3 and differential equations. So,
Okay, I come from a German education background, so I cannot really say what physics 3 means.
Yeah.
I completed an intensive course in physics and an intensive course in chemistry, but I forgot most about that.
Okay.
At basically the German equivalent of grammar school. So we have a tripartite system. Yep. So we have 3 layers of education, of public education, and this was the top layer.
Okay. So you had educational background in this. So
yeah.
So when the reason why we don't detect acceleration around the sun by any means that we have to detect this, and there are, so for example, the Sagnac effect. Well, the Sagnac effect detects the rotation of the Earth on its axis, but it does not detect the orbit of the Earth around the sun.
Exactly, it shouldn't.
And the reason for that, why wouldn't it?
Wait, what?
Why wouldn't it? Yeah, as I said, you're conflating revolution and rotation.
No, I'm not.
In
I promise you,
astronomy, let me answer that. So, in astronomy, it's strictly distinguished between revolution and rotation. Revolution is the orbital motion of a body around another body.
Yep.
And rotation is the motion around its own axis.
Correct.
And the Sagnac effect is about rotation. It's not about revolution. It only matters. So some people say, but the orbital motion is the reason why we don't detect 15 degrees per hour exactly. It's more like 15.04 degrees. But that's like the definitional thing, because we define the hour in terms of the mean solar day. It doesn't really matter, let's say.
Okay. So, do you disagree with me that the Earth is moving in a straight line at a constant velocity around the sun from Einstein's viewpoint? From the point of relativity.
Okay, let's get back to the education. So I took a course in special relativity at grammar school, also an optional course.
Okay.
I know some things about general relativity, but I'm definitely not an expert. Now it's your time to explain how you are an expert in general relativity.
I'm not an expert, but I do understand this point of it. So, according to relativity, general relativity, the Earth is moving in a straight line through curved space because the geodesic is around the sun. Yeah, right. It moves in an orbit from our perspective, from our reference frame. So it is free falling around the sun, while at the same time, from its perspective, it is moving in a straight line.
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay as a let's go deeper explanation, but it's not like it suffices for everyday purposes to look at Newton. That's my point.
That's fine. I agree. I agree with that. But if you're going to try to discuss free fall, and you're going to try to force an answer as to whether or not something in a geodesic is falling or not, then you're going to have problems, because the term falling generally requires an up and down. Well, you will. It generally requires an up and down, which you don't have in that geodesic.
An up and down, which I don't have. It's called Newton's universal law of gravitation. It's a vector force. Or every force, you have a vector, and the acceleration, you can define an acceleration field.
But not a force. You can't.
That has a direction at every point. Let me make my point here, please. Now I lost the.
Are you familiar with the difference between coordinate and proper acceleration?
Yeah, but this is completely irrelevant here.
It's 100% relevant.
No, because my point is that Newton is enough to talk about this. And another point I want to make, now I remembered it, is this: as long as people don't understand Newton, they shouldn't be discussing general relativity, really.
I agree with you there.
Because if you cannot ride with the training wheels, then you shouldn't take the training wheels off.
I agree.
That's my opinion. And Newton is complex enough that intelligent people can study it for years without fully understanding it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with all of that. But I think that if you're going to try to apply Newton to the experience of free fall, you are going to run into problems where gravity very clearly is not a force like any other acceleration that we can apply.
Yeah,
and
but that's
you have no
philosophical.
It's not philosophical. It is a actual experience that we can have. You can experience it by dropping an accelerometer. So, Sean,
no, absolutely not. As I said, but the accelerometer that is explained by Newton, and yes, let's go into why Einstein came up with general relativity. He came up with special relativity because of the null result of Michelson-Morley mainly, but he came up with general relativity because of his thought experiment. So how to integrate gravity with special relativity, and then his thought experiment was with the elevator and the falling elevator, and you cannot tell if you're in free fall or whether there's no gravity. The equivalence principle. So, and Einstein was bothered. So I agree with you there. This did bother Einstein, that he said every other force, we have some notion of a charge. And then, however, we have the mass of the object. And depending on the ratio of the charge to the mass, we have some strength of the interaction, let's say.
Well, it's not just charge, it's also
just
inertia.
Let me finish this point.
Okay. Also inertia.
Of the fundamental forces. Let's not go into inertial forces, please. This I already had enough headache arguing about that in the last days.
All right.
But for gravity, somehow this charge, quote unquote, that determines the strength of the force is also equal to the mass. So the two cancel out, and it's the only force that does this in the Newtonian view. And I agree with you, this bothered Einstein, and he tried to come up with a better explanation, and we can agree that he came up with a better explanation. It doesn't change my point, however, that you don't need to look that deeply into it to understand how an orbit works.
Okay, well, I agree with you there. I think that if you're going to discuss up and down, which is what we started with, if you're going to discuss the directions of up and down, you're doing that relative to one thing or based on one reference point, which is gravity, right? And when you're in free fall, you have some explaining to do if you're going to say that there is still an up and down because of gravity.
No. I don't have an explaining to do. I can say there is an up or down as measured from Earth, for example, but I can say that it's not locally measurable.
Right. Yeah, you could declare a reference frame, but then it's not a universal up and down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean that was my point to RTH, was that if you want to understand how you can get away from up and down, you can simply go into free fall, and then you can do it from another reference frame.
You can explain that without general relativity.
Well, I didn't have to explain it with general relativity.
Yeah. See, here's what the problem is, Omni, and kudos to you for understanding general relativity. But the problem is this: you're saying you're trying to help people understand something, but what you're saying is that you're smarter than everyone and you're just trying to prove it.
So what I'm trying to do is explain to RTH that his concept of up and down is only based on an exterior reference frame that is no more valid than any other one. Okay? So when you say, look, when I'm taking this density tower and allowing it to scramble, which you can do just by dropping it in your kitchen, it'll only have it for a fraction of a second, but for that time it will be in free fall. When you do that, it means that his grip on a universal direction is actually not true. It falsifies his claim to a universal direction.
I feel like your argument would only work when someone says it's not gravity, it's density.
Well, it works if somebody says there's always an up and there's always a down.
Well, there is.
Well, we don't agree. So.
Okay, so if I jump and at a certain point I weigh nothing, is there still up or down?
At that point, there is only
no. Is there still an up and down?
From the perspective of somebody in an inertial reference frame, yes.
Okay, that's all that's being said, and you're just trying to explain through it.
Not from other reference frames. So they're all equal.
If when you say there's no up and down, I expect to be able to do something, go somewhere, and it be no up and down. The fact that I have to physically manipulate things to say there's no up and down doesn't mean there's no up and down. It just means that you've manipulated enough stuff to fucking get the void of that.
Oh, I mean,
or get the middle result of that, right? Because like when you jump and we find that weightless point, it's still the process of up and down.
I understand
right?
that it provoked an incredulity response. Yeah, I've totally got that now. But I honestly didn't think it would. I didn't think you would respond so incredulously to that, because I thought that you understood that technically,
wow,
actually, gravity is not a force, but
it
up
is.
and down is gravity
Gravity
based.
is a force. That's why I prefaced it at least 5 times.
I didn't realize that was your
You
I didn't
had to
realize that
have.
was your hill to die on. So
Well, again, I a good hour ago, I put my sheath down and I pulled the sword and said, "This is the hill." I said that already. I said it very clearly that my understanding of general relativity is so limited that I am more confident saying that gravity is a force and applying it to anything that I need to. I do adhere to the fact that at a certain point, things start becoming less accurate. Absolutely. But we weren't talking about any of those places, any of those distances at all. None of those things. So when general relativity was brought up, to me, it was odd because the reference that we were talking about, Earth, the ISS, astronaut, bowling ball, feather, you name it, all that stuff. Newton works fucking amazing. And your argument, your hill is that it you didn't say fall apart. You said something about it doesn't even make sense. You said that Newtonian had problems with free fall or some shit, and that's why general relativity has nothing to do with the bowling ball and the feather being dropped. If Einstein would have never have thought, if that was the case, they weren't looking up and they had only had this drop a ball, drop a feather type situation, Einstein would have never in his life thought of general relativity.
Yeah, let me throw in a number to that, if you don't mind. So Omnivore mentioned GPS. GPS without relativistic corrections would experience a drift of the clock, of the atomic clocks on the satellites every day of 38 microseconds. 38 microseconds per day. So that's not a lot, I think. It matters for GPS because for certain applications, you need very precise timing. It's a common misunderstanding that it's only for the geopositioning that you need to remove this error. But if you only do geopositioning, you don't need to remove the error because the error is the same on all the satellites and it cancels out. But you do need it if you want to use GPS for timekeeping or for relating the time to the geographical position. Okay, that's too technical, I think. But anyway, the point is just that the difference is tiny for most purposes.
Right.
So
yeah,
I
agree with
if
that.
I'm flying from Tokyo to whatever to Los Angeles, I don't need to know if I will be late by 38 microseconds or by maybe 20 microseconds for the duration of the flight.
You've never worked for my employers. Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you're saying there. What I'm saying is personally speaking, it explained a bunch of stuff to me, so I found it useful. When I first confronted the difference between free fall acceleration and any other form of acceleration, I was like, oh my god, yeah, that's a good point. And then looking into it, the difference between coordinate acceleration and proper acceleration, I had a better understanding of it. And then 4 vector motions, 3 space like and 1 time like, or 3 spatial vectors, 1 time like vector, I became, I found it fascinating. So I think but I do think that it's an important distinction, but obviously we're not going to agree about that here.
No, it is general relativity. Newton is a very important distinction. It helps a lot. The issue I find that we had and that's being had now, again, it's like you're trying to put your smarts on display and it's off-putting. Not it. No, the fuck yeah, it's off-putting. It's weird. You would get a lot further if you weren't trying, because like, here's the thing, you are smart, Omni. There's no fucking doubt about it, right? The problem is that rather than show that you're smart, you want to display that you're smart. And it's very off-putting to people that aren't as understanding or willing to do it.
Okay.
You would just
All
get,
right.
I'm just saying you would get further if you didn't display it rather than just show it.
I'll take that as feedback. All right.
It was
well,
good constructive criticism. It was not ill-placed at all.
Okay.
Because someone like you, I think, is good for the community because the way you do, your understanding of things is needed. The problem is that you're past helping someone understand something and just showing them that you know it, and it doesn't help someone like myself who doesn't understand certain things because I'm too busy trying to figure out if it's you displaying or you just trying to help me.
Okay.
There's no that line is very small, and because of it, it makes it difficult to take information.
Understood. Yeah, like I said, that's good feedback. I will take it. I do stand ready to present the concept, the theory of the donut Earth.
Okay, here's the problem. Oh, yes, absolutely. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Absolutely, we're gonna figure it out. Fucking blue, because I gotta go, guys.
All right, yeah, me too. I have to go as well.
Long.
All right, all right.
Omni, you have no problem with me putting a forever link to the new server, right?
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, that would be
Okay,
awesome.
so everyone go check out Globe Gangsters. That's Omni. What's the other guy's name? Because I only see him as M on my
Morwand is the guy.
Morwand.
Yeah.
Yes. So both of you guys set up the server. You guys got plenty of fucking traffic in there already. You guys are working with not working with, but you have a presence in politics, right? And that's where you're getting your flat earthers mainly.
I don't know. No, well, MC Toon gave it a shout out, which was totally unexpected. There are some guys. I'm not active in politics right now, not anymore. But there are some guys who did have a presence over there in politics 24/7. We got some people from there, so I don't know. I mean, it just took off. So
nice.
I would like it if it kept going, but who knows?
Yeah, we'll say, hey, just enjoy it, right? It's not yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, but we'll definitely connect. So I asked that because I'm going to make sure I put the link to the server in the description, so anyone listening knows that that's where it's at. If you haven't looked, or if you did look, you already saw it. And we'll definitely connect. I'll probably end up in the server tonight, and we'll talk about a time we can talk about that because I'd like to actually record it, and
By the way,
we'll do that.
I streamed this in our debate channel, so
fuck yeah, awesome.
Right.
I appreciate that too.
Right.
What I'll do is I'll probably record it or maybe do a late stream or something, but we'll do that discussion over there, and then that way we can still do all the sharing thing. I didn't want to do it now because I'm not on OBS, so all the audio parts of it would have been difficult. But we'll definitely connect and do that because I am interested in it, and I am interested in us having better discussion if we understand each other a little bit better, because this time was a shit ton better than the first time we talked on here, right?
Yeah. No, I think we could do it better. I can try to be more cognizant of how I'm coming off. So that's fine.
Portraying your information because you have it. It's absolutely there. So this is traditionally what I do. I am gonna go, Blue. I know you just jumped in, but I was right before you jumped in. I was gonna start cutting stuff. I traditionally like to let everyone just, get 30 seconds to do what they got to say, Omni, did you want to start off and just whatever, if you want to promote anything?
I have nothing but the Globe Gangsters server to promote. It's not even my server technically, but I am one of the guys who set it up originally. So yeah, I'm the Globe Gangsters. We're trying to do good moderation.
Okay, right now I am getting the link. I'm going to put it in the chat for right now. So that way it's already there. But I will also put it in the description for everyone. Yep, absolutely. Nerd, did you want to send us off with anything?
Yeah, thanks. I enjoyed it. I think we got to understand the different viewpoints a little bit better, and that's all you can ask for, right?
Absolutely. And I do appreciate you coming on, Nerd. Thanks for the super chats as well, man. I do; those are greatly appreciated. Just know anyone, and if you do super chats, and I will make this declaration, it goes back to this live stream, whether it's the equipment to make everything keep going, or if something stupid comes up like our sodium talk. I'll do that in my little last rant. It's going to go to stuff like that. It doesn't go to my pocket. It's, you know, fucking especially after fucking YouTube jacks me.
I don't care.
It's appreciated as fuck though. Blue Marble, I know you just got here, my friend. Did you want to say anything? I'll give you even longer than 30 seconds if you wanted to say something else.
No, just hey Sean, bye Sean.
Thanks for stopping in, my friend. I know you were here. You've been here the whole time. You were in the chat and everything. I do appreciate that. Imbo, how do you say that? Imbo.
I think it's Imbo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Imbo.
Yeah.
That is the intended pronunciation, but I don't really care when people misspoke it.
Okay. Did you want to say anything about what you heard? We're listening in. Give you a little bit more than 30.
Oh, I don't really have any commentary, to be honest.
Okay, yeah, no worries. But thanks for joining. No problem at all. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and get the F out of here.
All right, I got to drop.
Yep. If everyone drops, I'll be able to just go ahead and do my little outro real quick. Or Blue, you know what's up, so you're good. Yeah, if you guys just mute up, then you guys can stay. I don't really mind. Yeah, guys, thanks everyone for being here. Again, I didn't expect it to run so long, but it did. I thought today was fucking amazing. It was a great conversation. Omni, I definitely appreciate you coming in and having that conversation. Travis, you too, even though it gets kind of heated, it's still nothing. It's, you know, par for the game. Travis, we will connect and we will figure out a time, observations or whatever to really discuss what we're talking about, because we've done it before, but a lot of people haven't heard it. And I do want them to understand where you're coming from with refraction, because it's really not a flat earth claim, people. It's just refraction's wrong, so it's different. Who else? Tex, I know you had to take off. Thank you for being here as always. Who else? Right the Hand. Great conversation today, man. I do appreciate you guys being here. And everyone else, if I forgot you, I apologize. I got lists and I got a bunch of things in my head, so can't get to everyone. Link to Globe Gangsters in the chat. It will be in the description. I'm going to stream tomorrow. Definitely going to stream tomorrow, because what I wanted to talk about, but I didn't, was the immigration situation going on in the United States. There's been a lot of talk about it with this whole open and closed border thing and what it means and all this kind of crap. And then plus the whole shit slinging that's going on between political parties. And I'm just going to show you that both political parties are shit. Both political parties have crap. Yeah, it's insane. But yeah, that was the topic I wanted to, but we didn't, because it went to what it was, which actually I enjoyed a lot fucking more. Yeah, other than that, guys, I really have nothing else. I'm trying to think if there was anything in my head before I went. I think that is it. So without further ado, I'm just going to get out of here, because you guys know me. If I sit here and think, I'll sit here and think for fucking 10 minutes trying to remember what I was going to say. So with that being said, guys, thank you all for being here. I love you guys. Peace.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are who made the guess or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Yeah, look, they said that I couldn't do it, so I went and did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Go. Okay, let's get it. Got a little time on my hands like a wristwatch. I don't got time for the brakes and a pit stop. Race through the gridlock, take it like Chris Rock. Right to the chin, still win. Heavy metals like Slipknot. Got the driving, I got tunnel vision. I just hit my stride the way I run the business. I've been making paper like I'm Dunder Mifflin. See the end game, I got one division. Look, I don't ever bother with a critic. Hit him with a chronicle of Riddick. Boom, bottle full of Ritalin. I hit him with a little bit of riddle me this, riddle me that. My bad, fell asleep at the gas. No time to wait though. Elon Musk, I'm trying to bankroll. New Tesla just cause I say so. Electric whip like Ivan Vanko. I just did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Okay, let's get it.
I've been on a mission like totally spice. I'm bad, she bad, but she totally nice. Nails are blue and her toes feel like white. They compete niet met jou, dat is zo voor mijn lijk. He knew it for sure, but he left with a why.